struck him out. Boots it, baby! Nice play.
Welcome to Seattle, everybody, and you're looking at the Kings Court as Felix Hernandez about to take the mound against the Boston Red Sox. Game 2 of a 3-game set. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports crew. Felix, as you know, has been pitching well, and he's trying to get the Mariners back to the 500 mark for the 7th time this season. Meanwhile, Boston is trying to end a 3-game losing streak, which is the most they've lost at any time this season. The second time they've gone through a 3-game losing streak. Beautiful night here in Seattle. And there's Felix ready to lead the fellas out onto the field. Robbie Cano chilling, taking it down to the very last second. Felix has looked good in his last couple of outings. And a lot of things working for him. It's good to have him back in the fold, pitching well for the Mariners.
You talk about his last 3 outings, just 2 earned runs over 19 innings pitched for Felix. He's had an excellent changeup in the month of July. Opponents hitting just 100 off of his changeup. That will definitely be in play today.
Felix, first one to step out on the field, and we are getting ready for action here at Safeco Field. Last night, Mariners impressive, a 4-0 win over Boston. Big second inning, home run by Kyle Seager, RBI fielder's choice by Guillermo Heredia, RBI double by Gene Segura, and then later on in the 4th, Danny Valencia knocked in the 4th run. Meanwhile, James Paxton took care of business. 10 strikeouts, no walks in his 7 innings. Here's a look at the Boston lineup.
Boston 3rd in hitting, 6th in runs scored. It starts with Mookie Betts, the leadoff hitter. He leads the team in home runs with 17 and stolen bases. Want to be careful with him. Jackie Bradley Jr. will hit 5th in the lineup, 2 for 3 in last night's ballgame, starting to heat up. And Rafael Devers hitting 9th in the lineup, making his major league debut for the Red Sox. For Felix on the air, 11 starts for him, 5-4 record, a 3.88 ERA. 62 2/3, 60 strikeouts for Felix. Only 16 walks on the season. As Dave mentioned, he's been pitching really well in the month of July. Probably should have 3 wins, but 2-1 so far. Last out, he gave up 1 earned run and took the loss. Really pitched well. And a look at the defense for the Mariners. Getting the start in center field. Guillermo Heredia, another left-hander on the mound, so Heredia will be in center field. Danny Valencia has really played well at first base this year. Helped the guys out on the infield, and Mike Zunino will do the catching.
Mookie Betts, what a year he's having. Leads the Boston Red Sox in runs, hits, total bases, doubles, home runs, and RBIs, and walks, and stolen bases.
Pretty good player.
I ran out of breath.
Yeah, pretty good player.
And you can hear the Red Sox fans in attendance. The Mookie cheer. Marcus Lynn Betts, his given name, from Nashville, Tennessee. Felix Hernandez looking for a career win number 160. We are ready for action, and here we go. In tight, ball 1 to Betts. Very comfortable. 82 degrees here under gorgeous blue sky. 1-0 pitch. Heredia will have an easy play as he goes into the sunlight. 1 away.
Poor Felix in his last outing against the New York Yankees went 7 innings, just the 1 earned run, only 3 hits for him. A couple of walks, but 9 strikeouts. I thought his curveball and his slider, both the breaking pitches for Felix, were excellent in that outing. Always has the good changeup. What about Felix and his changeup, fastball command, but in his last outing, if he can have the same type of curveball and slider, he'll be in pretty good shape.
Mookie Betts retired. He went 1 for 4 last night. Here's Andrew Benintendi, the left fielder. Shows bunt. Takes the ball. Home plate umpire tonight, the crew chief, 61-year-old Dana DeMuth. Been a umpire since 1983. Paul Noward at first, Ben May at second, and Carlos Torres at third. Seager in on the grass a couple of steps. That pitch misses away. Felix has long since flushed his last memory of seeing the Boston Red Sox as that gets under the glove of Cano on a 2-0 pitch. Felix, Fenway Park August 15 of 2015. Lasted just 2 1/3, 12 hits, 10 runs all earned. 22-15 the final. Wade Miley and the Sox beat the Mariners that day. Last win against Boston June 23rd right here at Safeco Field. 2014 he went 7 innings of 6 hit 2-run ball, 6 strikeouts and no walks. 12-3 Mariner win.
And look at Boston's lineup. 6 right-handed hitters. That's why I think his curveball and slider will be important to him. Obviously his changeup to the lefties is a good pitch. He'll throw it to the righties too. He can certainly help himself out. He has a decent breaking ball tonight. And then he missed that fastball off the plate away.
Pedroia has had success against Felix, a .298 hitter with a home run. He was 0 for 4 last night, struck out 3 times. Highest average during July. He's right there.
How about Altuve at 507 for the month?
Hey, that's incredible.
He has been hot.
Going into today's game, here's a 1-0 pitch here to Pedroia. Altuve, his last 9 road games hitting at a .619 clip. 45 road games, a .433 batting average. That's the highest since integration started back in 1947. Went 4 for 4 last night with 3 RBIs, and Segura still hanging in there. Second in the American League, and Gamble right on his heels at 323, Segura 329. And Altuve leading 365 starting today. On deck hitters Hanley Ramirez. On 1 pitch. Mike can't find it. Runners going to advance.
A rare pass ball for Mike. Take a look at it. Looks like his changeup just right off the end of his glove. It happens sometimes when you're trying to frame it.
Straight up in the infield for Pedroia. Right back to Felix. Holds the run. Throws out Pedroia. Nicely done. Pedroia, 10th leading hitter in the American League. Brings up Hanley Ramirez, the DH.
Just able to handle the one hopper. Able to look the runner back, keep him from moving up to third.
Ramirez played at first base last night, went 1 for 4. First pitch. Good block by Zunino this time. Mariners come in to tonight's game at 50-51. 17 behind. Houston wild card chase is what they're interested in. 2.5 behind the Yankees in Kansas City starting today. Tampa Bay and Minnesota just in front of the Mariners. And right behind the Mariners, the Angels at 3 back. Making a turn for home here in the month of July. The trade deadline next week on the 31st. That should be interesting as we move ever closer. Nice to see the Mariners be above the 500 mark going into August. Mariners high water mark this year, June 23rd, they were 39-37. One pitch. Ball 2.
Still trying to get a feel for his curve and his slider. Started with the curveball, missed with it. Was able to get a strike with a changeup, and then right there you can see the slider off the plate away.
Felix in 18 starts against Boston, 8-4. 9 starts here at Seattle. He's 5-2. 2-2. Gonna have a crowd approaching 30,000 here tonight. Mariners have drawn well on this homestand. Our Red Sox fans here at the ballpark as well. And you can hear the Kings Court. They got a nice little rhythm going there. 2-2 pitch. Waiting on the hop. Nicely by Segura. Throws out Ramirez, and that'll do it. No runs, a hit. No errors, and one man left. When we come back, Mr. Segura will lead things off for the Mariners. Well, last year, Gene Segura led the National League in hits. Comes over here, moving from second base to shortstop, and he's had a fine year fielding his position, Mike, a lot better than I think just about everybody expected.
I would agree. Strong throwing arm. Ball was hit on the butt. Kind of an in-between hop, but able to handle it. Segura will lead things off. And for the Mariners so far this year, they are 5th in hitting, 4th in runs scored. Kyle Seager with his 14th homer last night. He will hit 5th in the lineup. Ben Gamble hitting 7th, 2 for 3 last night. Scored a couple of runs. Ben now 3rd in the American League in hitting. And Guillermo Heredia 1 for 3. Scored a run and drove in a run. For Pomeranz, this will be his 20th start, 10-game winner already. 3.5 ERA for him. 108 strikeouts in 102 2/3 innings for Pomeranz.
And here we go. First pitch, foul back. How about Segura doing something he rarely does? He walked last night. First time up, just a 15th walk.
And he leaves the on deck circle. He's ready to hit. Fouled the first pitch off in this one.
Up high from Pomeranz.
We're going to see that quite a bit from Pomeranz. Has a good fastball. He likes to pitch at the top of the strike zone. His average fastball this year at 92 miles an hour. He will touch 94 at times. Pretty good curveball for him. He struggled a little bit with that pitch this year. Opponents hitting 311 off his curveball. Only 208 on his fastball. And again, it's the high fastball the Mariners have to be aware of. Try to get him down in the zone.
Segura seeing Pomeranz for the first time. Fights it off and it goes foul.
And there you go. A couple of fastballs top of the zone, including that last one right at the top of the strike zone.
Pomeranz 6'6", 240, 28 years old, out of Collierville, Tennessee. Went to college at the University of Mississippi. Cleveland first-round pick back in 2010. He's been with Colorado, Oakland, San Diego, and now in his second year, first full year with the Red Sox. Came over from San Diego last July 14th for a minor leaguer. 2-2 to Segura. Full count.
And you see right there on the tracer, everything at the top of the strike zone. Danny Valencia waiting on night. Danny with a double last night and drove in a run. Against left-handers, he's been hitting second.
Three-two to Gene. Wow. And we got Dana DeMuth. Home plate umpire.
Look at the defense for the Red Sox. Andrew Benintendi will get the start in left field. Rafael Devers again making his major league debut at third base. Mitch Moreland, his first start of the series, he will be at first base.
Devers 20 years old. I mean, you want to talk about a puppy. And again, that's been a big problem at third base this year for the Red Sox. In spite of that, they're 55-46, 2 games atop the American League East.
Devers their top prospect.
So you want home plate tonight. That's how the rotation worked. Kabang, that'll wake you up. And Milwaukee's been doing this for a long time. 3-2 pitch on the ground to little Petey, Dustin Pedroia. 1 out. Gonna bring up Danny Valencia. Pomeranz 10-4, 3.51 ERA. Left-handers hitting .317 against him. Right-handers .237. Boy, he's been on him too. Here's Valencia. Had success batting second in the batting order.
Made a nice adjustment in last night's game. I mentioned the double, hit it out to right center field. It's on a high fastball. He's going to see a lot of high fastballs tonight. Very good fastball from Pomeranz at 93, right at the top of the zone.
Danny 1 for 1 against Pomeranz. 1 for 4 performance last night.
And look at his curveball. He also used a cutter to get on the hands of the righties.
Strikeout number 1 for Pomeranz. 2 down. Bring up Robbie Cano.
Yeah, here it is. Back-to-back curveballs. Manning swings right over the top of it. That is a pretty good curveball tonight. Again, he has struggled with his curveball this year. Opponents hitting .311. So he has a little more bite to it tonight. See Robbie and his numbers against Pomeranz in his career, just 2 for 11.
Mariners .258 as a team against lefty pitching. Pomeranz come out looking sharp here. John Farrell on the left, manager of the Red Sox. 50 bouncing ball will go to Devers, bobbles and hands it off to Mitch Moreland. That'll do it for the Mariners. 1-2-3 in the first. No scores. We go to the second inning. Sports being brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. by CHI Franciscan Health, the Mariners' official partners in health. Learn to stay Northwest healthy at nwhealthy.org. And by your local Toyota dealers. For all Toyota offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Second inning. Beautiful night here in Seattle. Time for Ship Termy in the turkey leg. And a youngster who'll pass it along. Oh, man, take a healthy bite, young man. Grow up big and strong. There we go. The tradition here when Felix is on the mound here at home. Jackie Bradley Jr. leads off. Center fielder. Jackie 2 for 3 last night. Strikeout. Base hit to center. Base hit to right. A lot to like about Felix's last 3 starts. 18 innings, 2 earned runs, 11 hits. Yeah, Paxton on the roll. It's going to mean all the world to get Felix to be Felix to go along with the Big Maple. Felix getting over. Danny gets it there. Felix gets his feet out of the way. You can breathe easy.
Yeah, you're right about that. It would be huge for this club. You get Paxton and Felix going back to back the rest of the way. Both of them pitching well. It's Felix right on the base, no problem.
How much trepidation do you have when you see Felix go over?
Well, a lot. I mean, yeah, for good reason. We've seen him over the years have ankle problems, foot problems, covering and hitting the base. He jammed his heel a little bit right there. He's so important to this team. You can't afford to have him miss any time.
Was it 2 years ago he did the heel?
I think it was 2 years ago, yes.
Xander Bogaerts under the weather last night. Got scratched late before we had first pitch.
Felix so far, good fastball at 91, 92 miles an hour. Command has been good. Excellent changeup. Still trying to find the curve and slider.
Arced inside, missed at 91. And a 1-1. In terms of strikeouts, Felix with 2,324 for his career, tied for 47th with Hall of Famer Early Wynn. Next at 46th place all time, Hall of Famer Robin Roberts at 2,357. 2-1. Evens the count. Mitch Moreland, longtime Texas Ranger, is on deck. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. First strikeout tonight for Felix. 2 down.
That's another good sign. Felix getting the strikeout on a breaking ball. Didn't use the changeup that time. It looked like a curveball. Gets him to chase it down out of the strike zone. Just buries it. 12-6 curve. Weak swing. That curveball had a lot of bite to it. Excellent pitch.
2 down. Here's Mitch Moreland. Mitch at 243 with 12 homers, 43 runs batted in. 7 years with the Rangers. Signed as a free agent early December last year. 3 20-plus home run seasons down in Texas. Mitch played his college ball at Mississippi State. As we mentioned, Drew Pomerantz, the starter, he played at Ole Miss. Southeastern Conference well represented here. Cano and Segura out on the grass. Shallow right field. Ball at 2 strikes.
And another good curveball for Felix. Felix in the previous couple of years, his curveball has been a really good pitch for him. Struggled this year with it. But I think lately, the last couple, 2 or 3 outings for him, it's been much better. And it looks like he's been able to find it again tonight. Pretty good 12-6 break on it. Late bite to it. Fastball at 92 miles an hour.
Top of the second inning, 2 quick outs here. Trying to get Moreland, who's 10 for 50 against Felix. Love that shot from the first base side. 1-2 to Moreland. 2-2. Felix has been pitching lately, boy. The transformation we talked about I don't know, maybe a month or so ago. It's in full progress, and he did go. Moreland's gone, tagged by Zunino. Strikeout number 2 for Felix. Couple of Ks in the second inning. And when we return to Boomstick, Nelson Cruz going to lead off for the Mariners. And the Boston Red Sox and the Orchid card. It's all you need to ride the Sounder train, Link Light Rail, buses, ferries, and streetcars. Learn more at getorcasmart.com. And you may want to put that baby to use tomorrow. 12:40 start time. It is highly recommended. In fact, let's take it up a notch. It's urgently reminding you to take public transit to tomorrow's game. A glorious weather day.
I think I may take it tomorrow.
I don't blame you.
Some of the traffic heading home, you bet.
Nelson Cruz 0 for 4 career against Pomeranz. Sitting here pregame with Robbie, doing our daily talk, filling out the scorecard and everything, and all of a sudden we hear, boom, boom. What the heck is that? I said, it's got to be Nelly. Looked down, there it was. Hit about 8 balls in a row, sounded like gunshots.
Yeah, I was standing right behind the cage. What was funny about that too is I was talking to Scott Brocious behind the cage when Nelson was hitting, and talking about just the way different guys take their batting practice. And with Nelson, he was saying, you know, there's guys that are in here and they're trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark in BP. So that's just his normal swing. He hits the ball in the air, and if he barrels it up, he's going to jump out of the ballpark. But it's not as if he's trying to hit it out of the stadium. He's just working on a few things, and the ball's just jumping out of the ballpark.
It's unreal.
Yeah, it's different. Good
strikes out there. Good curveball by Pomeranz. And that was during regular batting practice. He was out here early when I got here. And then, you know, he's going to take, as Scott Service was saying, you know, as a DH, he prepares by going in the cage. And he may not be up for another inning and a half. He's taking 50 cuts down there in the cage. I mean, this guy is dedicated.
Edgar, that's the way Edgar used to do it. Takes a little bit of getting used to being an everyday DH. If you do it from time to time, it's not that big a deal. When you do it every day, you have to get some sort of routine that works for you. And Edgar used to hit off the tee in between. That was his big thing, hit off the tee. And when the Mariners would be, when we were in hitting, that he would sit on the bench, but when we go out on the field, he would go hit off the tee.
That's why Nelly said he wouldn't watch Aaron Judge take BP, because he got his routine.
Yeah, exactly.
Said he wanted to, but I got my routine. Impressive home run straightaway center field last night. Kyle Seager, home run number 14. It's his first home run in a week. He's got to work here and 2.
We'll talk about Kyle and his power being to right center to right field. And that's about the home run. I said, center field, huh? And he said, yeah, wind was helping. We were both laughing about it. No, he squared it up. He's been swinging the bat extremely well. Got 4 home runs since the All-Star break. But that one to center field, right over the 401 mark.
Ball 1. Here we are, July 25. Amazing. One more game tomorrow. Day off Thursday. Mets come to town. Then back on the road again. Texas and Kansas City.
Like a cut fastball at 94 miles an hour again at the top of the strike zone. Kyle with a pretty good pass at it.
Texas, Kansas City, and Oakland in the Mariners' next roadie.
Pomerantz will live at the top of the strike zone with his fastball.
Seen a lot more of that lately, haven't we?
That's kind of a new thing now in the game, and why not? It took a number of years before the umpires were going to call that pitch. For a while there, it was below the knee, probably right around the belt, but now it's back to earlier. They'll call the high fastball, so the hitters have had to adjust, and the pitchers are taking advantage of it. And why wouldn't you? Especially in today's game, these guys where the velocities are at. So difficult to get to the high fastball if you're in that 94 to 95 mile an hour range. There's a breaking ball.
Off of Pedroia. Base hit, Kyle Seager. With Kyle, good second half start here. He started tonight 3-10 in the first 11 games of the second half.
Moreland, I thought maybe he had a piece of it, but he actually didn't. Then it hits the lip of the grass. It goes off the heel of the glove of Pedroia. Pedroia having a good year defensively. Just one error on the year for him, but not able to handle that. Now picks up a base hit on a curveball.
Brings up Mitch Haniger 0 for 4 last night, hitting at 264. 7 home runs, 24 runs batted in, 12 doubles. Ball 1 to Mitch.
I asked Mitch today, I said, that finger, is it still bothering you to throw? And he said, yeah, it gets a little bit better every day. He thinks maybe in another couple of days he'll be back 100%.
Still have the Band-Aids on it?
He had his batting gloves on. I didn't ask him about that.
Down line foul. I made him show me pictures last week. That sucker's ugly.
Well, hopefully it's better now.
Golly. You don't want to be putting that on social media, pal.
He was laughing about it today. Seemed to be in good spirits. He said it still bothers him. He doesn't really have a real good feel of the baseball in his hand when he's going to throw. And we've seen that, bouncing the ball on its way back in. His arm strength is fine, but having a feel on his release point just isn't quite there.
Robbie's done a good job to help him out.
And he's gone out a little
Cut
bit
the
deeper.
distance down.
Yep.
1-1 pitch. Catches a break too, as we talked about before. If that index finger can tuck it up, raise it up a little bit. Not really fully on the bat. You'll watch right here.
It bothers him to swing. More throwing than anything.
It doesn't come nearly as much in play as it does for throwing. Seager at first, a 2-1 pitch. Dropped in a breaking ball, 2-2. Infield of Devers, Bogarts, Pedroia, Moreland for the Red Sox. 2-2 pitch here. Hit the other way and caught by Mookie Betts. positioned perfectly. A line drive, 2 outs here in the second. Celebrate the Mariners' 40th anniversary with a must-have giveaway for every Mariners fan. Saturday, USS Mariner Day. First 15,000 fans take home a replica version of the boat that sat atop the Kingdom outfield wall in the 80s. Visit Mariners.com for tickets. And how many times you hit that in batting practice?
It used to sit down below the fence, so you couldn't really tell. You thought you'd have an idea. But then when the home run would be hit, there it would go, and the guns would go off, and smoke everywhere. Dave, you would have loved it. As you shake your head.
No, I was here for some games on ESPN in '93. The Mariners beat Clemens and another couple of games. I do remember.
It could get pretty loud in the Kingdom.
Yeah, it did. Did NBA games here and saw Final Four Kingdom in '95. 1-0 to Ben Gamble, third leading hitter in the American League. He's 1-1 here.
Yeah, you just saw an 11-game hitting streak for him. He's been really swinging the bat well. A couple of hits last night, including a triple. Scored 2 runs for the Mariners.
1-1 here. Here's count for Ben. 19 doubles, 3 triples. Guillermo Heredia is on deck. That off-speed pitch well off the plate there. Gamble in good shape here, 3-1. See if he can.
It's a really good
something hard.
Yeah, it was a really good take. It's a breaking ball that started at him. When you watch left-handed hitters, if they don't budge or give any ground on that, they're locked in, and that means they're going to keep their front side, and they're giving them a real good chance to hit the ball back up the middle the other way.
3-1. And he's aboard. First walk by Pomeranz, 2 on for Guillermo Heredia. 1 for 3 with an RBI last night.
There'll be 3 left-handers in this series, so Heredia going to get a chance to play 3 days in a row.
Mets will be throwing 3 right-handers, and hopefully over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, hopefully Gerard Dyson will be ready. It's off again today. Hyperextended toe. Was in the pool today, working on stretching things out and getting that thing rehabbed.
Heredia hitting .298 against lefties, so just under 300. 1 for 3 last night. Scored a run and drove in a run.
That's a shallow and straight away right field. This one popped up. Moreland will not have a play.
That's almost in the same spot he was at when he caught the line drive off of Haniger's bat. Very shallow. Guillermo can square one up that way. Ben Gamble will score easily. Get it over his head. There you can see his numbers overall. 5 home runs on the year.
Takes a lot of confidence to be breathing down a guy's neck, right? There, a lot of confidence being able to go back on balls.
Well, to be able to look at the coach that's positioning him and say, "You're the one that put me there."
Yeah, good point. 1. This one drilled deep to left. That baby is out of here. Guillermo Heredia, a 3-run jack here in the second. Early lead for the Mariners. 3-0 Seattle. His 6th home run. Runs his RBI count to 19. Got it on an 0-1 pitch. Left little doubt.
Well, he was paying attention. We talked about the high fastball for Guillermo. And you can see the leg kick and able to get the barrel to it. That pitch and let her high. Probably right at the top of the zone. Nice catch out there.
And caught by a Mariner fan. Yes, indeed. Well done. Drinks for all my friends. Here's Mike Zunino.
It's good to see Felix get some run support early in this ball game in his last outing. He really pitched well, went 7 innings, gave up 1 earned run, and took the loss. So the guy's trying to pick him up here this evening.
Hey, let me tell you something. If you want to beat that drum a lot, go ahead. After all the games,
too many times.
Right?
Yeah, it's been too many times over the years. But the good news is that Felix really threw the ball well, and he is again today. Looks like he has a pretty good feel for his curveball and his changeup. His fastball command has been excellent here early.
Mike's got a 3-0 count. Mike can get a cookie. 3-1. Might go for 3 in last night's ball game. 3-1. Yes, indeed.
Nice catch.
And nice. A moment to remember. Well done.
Nice catch.
Couple of strikeouts and a line out for Zunino last night. Already a 3-run homer. Fouled off by Mike. And home run by Heredia, 117th by the Mariners. Good take by Mike. He's aboard.
Good at bat. Second walk in the inning by Pomeranz.
Let's take a look at the Mariners calendar. It's brought to you by Mattress Firm. Here we are, late July. 12:40 start time tomorrow. We urge you to take public transportation. Day off Thursday. Mets come to town. And then we go to Texas, Kansas City, and Oakland. Day off in San Francisco. And then come home for the Angels. It'll be a short stint at home in the middle of the month. The Angels for 4 and Baltimore. First look at the O's, hon. 2 night games and a day game, and then off to Tampa Bay, Atlanta, New York, and Baltimore. It's going to be Labor Day before you know it.
Quick visit by former Mariner pitching coach Carl Willis.
He of Let It Eat fame. One of the good guys.
For Pomeranz, his next pitch will be his 30th of the inning. Mariner scoring 3 runs in the second inning in last night's ball game. 3 innings so far here in the second tonight.
There's Segura. 9-pitch at bat to open up the home first. Grounded out. Makes it strike 1. Two hits for the Mariners, both this inning. A 3-run homer by Heredia. That's way upstairs. 1-1. Pomeranz 3-0 career against the Mariners, a 1.59 ERA in 12 games, 3 starts. Two and 1. For Pomeranz, just his second start here at Safeco Field against the Mariners. His 4th game overall. Advantage Segura, 3-1.
Danny Valencia waiting on deck.
How much of a lead by Zunino at first? 3-1 pitch. Mookie Betts is right there, and that'll do it. Home run by Guillermo Heredia. 0-1 pitch, complimental board, and got all of it. Money's worth. You betcha. 3-0 Mariners. Happy Felix night, everybody. He is pitched through 2 innings, couple of strikeouts, giving up just 1 hit. And Guillermo Heredia has given him a 3-0 lead.
Good to see him with some run support. Felix so far, good fastball. He's been 91, 92 miles an hour, pitching on the edges of the plate with his fastball. Excellent changeup. And yes, he has found his curveball. A couple of strikeouts on the curveball.
First pitch strike to catcher Christian Vasquez. Rafael Devers will follow. And Mookie Betts after him. The 0-1. Hanging up for Heredia, 1 out.
Another curveball for Felix. Good sign. Talked about his last outing against the Yankees, and he pitched so well in that outing. And curveball was a big part of it. Also a slider. Haven't seen a slider too much tonight, but again, when you look at Boston, a lot of right-handed hitters. They have 3 lefties in the lineup, 6 righties. To be able to have that breaking ball move away from the right-handed hitters, big plus for him.
You can hear Red Sox fans. Big ovation to Rafael Devers, top prospect. Red Sox organization. First pitch in the big leagues is a strike from Felix Hernandez. He got his first touch defensively, throwing out Canoda and the Mariners first.
A little bit of a bobble, but he was able to stay with the play. Has to be some nerves involved.
20 years old. 4 seasons in the minors, 296, 49 homers, 258 home runs. RBIs, beg your pardon.
Well, Felix getting to the big leagues at 19 years old. He's grown up watching Felix.
Devers out of Sanchez in the Dominican Republic. 6 foot 195. Double-A Portland at 300 with 18 homers, 56 runs. Batted in 77 games. 9 games at Pawtucket AAA. Hit 400 with 2 homers and 4 runs batted in. 1-2 pitch. That is a foul ball. Got a turnstile at third base for Boston this year. So when in doubt, going through that many guys, bring up the kid.
We're hoping he's going to be there for a long time.
Swings, and there's Heredia. Gonna make the play. The 2 down. Did a pretty good ride. Edgar Martinez's number. It's going to be retired next month. And as part of this celebration, we're giving away replica number 11 jerseys. Thanks to Alaska Airlines, it's free to the first 45,000 fans on Sunday, August 13th. For tickets, go to Mariners.com. The quick outs. Here we go. Top of the order, Mookie Betts. Good sign for Felix. You see him in good rhythm, and you start seeing the 34 get that. He gets that good trunk twist. Remember, a lot of good runs that he's had. It's been a part of it. Going back, Heredia got a beat on it. Tracking. He's there. Records all 3 outs in the Boston third. They're stopped by Felix. Boys give him 3 runs, and he goes 1, 2, 3 in the third. Mariners enjoy a 3-0 lead. As the Mariners on top of the Red Sox. Time for Coors Light. Cold hard facts. Lowest average allowed on fastballs this season. Red Sox have the top two, Chris Sale and Drew Pomeranz. Followed by Jacob deGrom. We'll see him this weekend. Ian Kennedy and Eduardo Rodriguez. How about Chris Sale? Leads in earned run average, wins and strikeouts in innings pitched. We'll see him tomorrow afternoon. Danny Valencia leading off here in the home third. By Cano and Cruz.
Pomeranz having to throw 34 pitches in the second inning, so the Mariners getting his pitch count up and taking advantage of it with the 3-run home run by Heredia.
1-0 to Danny. Breaking ball for strike. Valencia struck out on 3 pitches. First time up. All 2 strikes.
A couple of curveballs to Danny his first time up, and he comes right back with it again. 2 curveballs to get ahead.
Are guys doubling and tripling up on breaking balls more now than they have recently? Maybe the last figure span 10-15 years.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they're definitely throwing the breaking ball more. Again, because everybody has to cheat on the fastball. You need something else to keep them honest, and it's the breaking ball, and there's another one.
Down goes Valencia, second time tonight. It's the 3rd strikeout. Robbie grounded out. Devers had his first touch. They put him over on the right side, as they do again right now. Robbie 2 for 12 against Pomeranz. It's the last time we saw this many curveballs from a left-hander.
That's a great question, and especially when you look at his curveball this year has not been very good for him. Opponent's hitting .311, but he seems to have a little bit better bite to it tonight. More over the top. Pretty good 12-6 break on it.
I remember maybe a couple of years ago before he got traded, but Rich Hill came in here and threw a bunch of curveballs.
That's awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about triple up on the curveball. Speaking of the curveball, that went on the inside corner.
I was talking to Carl Willis about that. And Rich Hill, as you remember, more of a slicing curveball, a little bit more of this.
Yeah, he'll change arm angles on you. Yeah. A little bit more of a sweep to it.
Right. And if I remember, I bet he threw that, what, 60% of the time, maybe more?
Maybe more.
Rich now with the Dodgers. 1-2 here to Robbie.
Probably the best curveball going for a left-hander would be Kershaw. That's a 12-6 curveball. He is right over the top on his curve.
And you know what? Good luck.
Yeah.
Speedy recovery to him. He's on the DL as of a couple of days ago. Back issues. Robbie goes the other way. Stays fair. It stays fair. A 1-out double for Robinson Cano, his 17th double. Nicely done as Robbie breaks at 0 for 7.
That is right on the line. Has to be really nice for Scott Service to be able to fill out the lineup and to the regulars that hit left-handed, hit lefties well. Cano in his career has hit left-handers. Kyle, the power we've talked about of the left-handers. Kyle with a home run off a lefty in last night's ball game. Those 2 guys in the middle of the lineup, it doesn't matter lefty-righty for them. Ben Gamble this year getting better against lefties than righties.
That's exactly right. Third hit for the Mariners. Wilson Cruz strike out on 3 pitches. First time up. Outfield deep. Right field for Mookie Betts. Gets it back in, 2 down. And bring up Kyle Seager tomorrow afternoon. Escape the office and head for blue skies, green grass, and Mariners baseball right here at Safeco Field. Boys in blue, they're going to host the Red Sox, wrap up this series. Special 12:40 start time. Enjoy great baseball under the summer sun by picking up your tickets at mariners.com. And don't forget, we urge you to use public transportation tomorrow.
Kyle Seager with a base hit, his first time up on a curveball.
Third hit for Kyle against Pomeranz. Ball one.
Not a lot of bite to this curveball. Right over the top of Kyle's head.
Got the bat down so it wouldn't hit that. Since 2014.
It's one of those things we've talked about. That is the worst when you're a hitter getting out of the way and it hits the bat for a strike. Yeah.
Well, we've seen a couple going fair territory.
Yeah. That and the check swing, one hopper back to the pitcher. Feel like he just gave that bat away. Nice job by Kyle to get his bat down.
Got a good count here, 2-0. Cano at second. Since 2014, Seager leads all left-hand batters. 32 home runs against left-hand pitching.
Went dead center field last night.
Two-0 pitch here.
And a curveball. A lot more curveballs since already hit his fastball into the seats.
And there's no yellow light blinking here. I'd say it's all green.
We'll see if he challenges him. First base is open. So it's going to be a fastball away.
3-0 to Kyle. And he's aboard. So 2 on here, 2 outs. That's a third walk issued by Pomeranz. It brings up Mitch Haniger, who lined out to right. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners.
Pomeranz came up wild at times in his last outing. Did not give up an earned run, but he had 5 walks. Already 3 walks. Pitching here in the third. Mitch hit a line drive. It was right at Mookie Betts, the right fielder.
Been 19 days since his last home run. What do you say?
Say he's due.
Got that against Oakland. Strike one to Mitch. Mariners trying to get back to 500 for the 7th time. Last time they were at that 500 mark, they were at 47 and 47. Moreland giving chase. Got a late start. Mariners caught a break. Mariners are 47 and 47 on July 17th. Haniger gets another opportunity here, 0-2. Cano at second, Seager at first. And he strikes him out on a nasty breaking ball. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, 2 left. To the 4th we go. 3-0 Mariners.
Yeah, hi everybody. Angie Mentink here at the Ford Sports Desk, and look what I have in my possession. A baseball signed by Mike Zunino, and it could be yours if you answer our next Twitter Tuesday question correctly. So again, use the hashtag RootQ3 and tell us how many pitches Mike Zunino will catch from Mariners relief pitchers in tonight's game for your chance to win that baseball signed by Mike himself. Remember that all the winners tonight are chosen at random from the correct answers. If you're not following us on Twitter, please do so at RootSports_NW, or you could follow us all individually, but I won't be giving you a Mike Zunino baseball. Guys, back to you.
Drew Carey shaking in his boots. Angie did that very well. Thank you. First pitch strike, Andrew Benintendi. Base hit the center.
Through 3 innings for Felix, just 1 hit. Benintendi is the one that had the base hit. And so far tonight, good command of his fastball. He's been 91-92 with some sink to it. Excellent changeup and really good curveball. Picked up a couple of strikeouts on the curveball.
Busy night for Heredia. Started back, comes in. That's his 5th putout already.
Well, it's good. Felix pitching to the middle of the field.
All right. Got the throne working and everything right near the Felix cutout from the perfecto against Tampa Bay, August of 2012. You remember those days? Gum anything, right?
You bet.
Here's Pedroia. Comebacker to Felix. 298 hitter with a home run against Felix entering tonight's game. All the years I've been watching baseball, I don't know if I've seen a guy of Pedroia's stature swing as hard as he does consistently.
And hit over 300 doing it.
Mm-hmm. 1-2 to Pedroia.
I think Felix starting to mix in his slider a little bit more.
There's the King's Court. 2 strikeouts, both in the 2nd inning. 1-2 to Pedroia. Hey, struck him out. 2 down. 3rd K for Felix.
That will make Mel Stottlemyre Jr. really happy to see a high fastball, top of the strike zone, 90 miles an hour, and throws it by Pedroia.
He's bought into that pitch.
He has. Yeah, it's taken him a little bit of time to get a feel for it. So look, you would think it's a fairly easy thing to do, but it's not when you're used to pitching down your entire career, and all of a sudden you're trying to find that line at the top of the zone. Felix has been more comfortable with that over his last 3 or 4 starts.
Hanley Ramirez, ball 1. Ramirez grounded out to Segura to end the 1st inning. Just joining us, Guillermo Heredia, 3-run homer, 2nd inning for the lead. Getting fooled on that one. Two outs, nobody on. 1-1 pitch coming. Oh boy, deep drive, left field, and gone. Home run, Hanley Ramirez's 17th RBI, number 40. Sox on the board. 2nd hit tonight. 3-1 Seattle.
And that was on the slider. Take a look at it. It's going to be middle away, probably right above the knee. And he barrels it up. You see, catches it out in front of the plate and drives it out into the bullpen.
Got it on a 1-1 pitch. 14th home run given up by Felix, 9th to a right-hander. Swing and a miss by Jackie Bradley Jr.
It's good to see. Comes right back with a quality curveball.
414 feet on that blast, and the exit velo 104. Hanley Ramirez, second tour of duty with the Boston Red Sox, just 2 games back in 05, 3rd full season with Boston. 0-2 here to Bradley. Choppers make that Felix, and he just got him. Home run by Ramirez gets the Sox to the board. Coming up, Gamble, Heredia, and Zunino looking to build on this 3-1 lead. Sports is brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Find a local agent at safeco.com. Do more. And by Country Financial, helping you set up your future. Beautiful 79-degree evening here in Seattle. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports Crew. Felix and the Mariners have a 3-1 lead over the Boston Red Sox. 3-run homer by Heredia, who we'll see here in a few seconds. Back in the second inning. And a home run by Hanley Ramirez got Boston on the board minutes ago. Here's Gamble, walked and scored in the second. Drew Pomeranz dropping in, breaking ball, and the 3rd leading hitter in the American League.
Heredia waiting on deck, and for Gamble to walk, it's good at bat. Had to work and get outside the strike zone. Another good curveball to him. Was able to get the walk, and then the home run by Heredia right after that on a high fastball for Heredia.
Here's Guillermo. Only 2 strikes to Ben. One-two pitch.
Pomeranz now at 70 pitches. Just getting started here in the 4th inning. He had to throw 34 pitches in the second when the Mariners scored the 3 runs.
2-2. Breaking ball. Hit up the middle. Ben can run, and he gets through. Base hit. Take a look at our Columbia Bank difference in the game, and indeed it was on an 0-1 pitch. Couple of men aboard. Guillermo Heredia. Home run number 6. 6 RBI total to 19.
It's on a high fastball, probably right in his letters. Still able to get the barrel to it.
So now Guillermo comes up with Gamble at first, then extending his hitting streak to 12 ball games. Ball one. A lot of lefties. We'll see Guillermo tomorrow against Chris Sale. Gerard Dyson still nursing the hyperextended toe. Hopefully he'll be ready for the weekend series. He got a day off on Thursday, and then the Mets coming to town. They're going to throw 3 right-handers. One to Guillermo. To Pomerantz. Got to the big leagues back in 2011 with Colorado. Was there for the 11, 12, and 13 seasons. Combined record of 4 and 14 with a 5.20 ERA. Comes a 1-1. And Gamble. Throw down the second. Wild throw into center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. was backing up.
Be a wild pitch. And you watch Heredia. He waves Ben. Ben was sitting there. He wasn't going to go. He hesitates, and as soon as he sees Heredia waving him on, he takes off. So a good decision. Guillermo helping him out. Sometimes when you're at first base and on that angle, especially where the ball was, you can't tell how far away it is from the catcher. For Ben, he probably thought it was right at his feet. But it was in the other batter's box, and that's all he needed to get into second base.
Ben in scoring position. Good count for Guillermo at 2-1. Infield about halfway. Center field and deep towards the 401, but Jackie Bradley's right there tagging his Gamble, and he's going to make it. Guillermo advances. Yes, indeed, he advances the runner. 1 out now. Runner at third. Time now for a CenturyLink What's Next. And Chris Sale, what a year he's having. Leads the American League in earned run average, wins, strikeouts, innings pitched. He has been sensational. He'll be opposed by young Andrew Moore, making his 6th start.
It'll be interesting watching Andrew tomorrow again for the Red Sox. They'll have a bunch of right-handed hitters in the lineup. See how he goes about his business.
On in infield now for Mike Zunino. First pitch strike. One here to Mike. Mike walked on his first plate appearance, a 3-2 pitch. That was in inning number 2. 1-1 from Pomerantz. Swings through.
A couple of high fastballs for Mike, both of them in the middle of the plate. Infield in and a runner third. You want something up in the zone that you can hit in the air, and a couple of pitches for Mike just missed it.
Pomerantz ready. Here comes the 1-2. And it strikes him out. 2 away. 5th strikeout for Pomerantz.
Stayed with the fastball. 3 fastballs. That one probably about belt high. Mike just swings through it. Late swing. Mariners 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position tonight. That one hit, the home run by Heredia. 0 for 2.
Last 2 nights, Mariners 3 for 13 combined. Runners in scoring position. Ball 1 to Segura. Grounded out the second, lined out to right. Runner at third is Ben Gamble with 2 outs. To Gene. Here we go, 1-1. He likes that curveball, doesn't he?
That's a good curveball. At least tonight he does. Coming into the game, wasn't very good for him. Opponent's hitting well over 300 off his curveball, but it seems that he's made an adjustment with it because he's had a pretty good curveball tonight. Most of them down out of the strike zone.
2-1 pitch.
There's another one.
3-1.
'83 pitches working here in the 4th.
Not exactly a model of efficiency, but he's only down 3-1. 3-1 pitch to Gene. Full count. Danny Valencia 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts. He's on deck.
He's seen a lot of curveballs tonight.
Yes, he has. 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Let's see what gives here. Pomeranz battling against Gene Segura. Pomeranz an all-star last year. An 87 with the Padres and then traded over to the Red Sox and went 3-5. 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball, hit foul.
You know, when Segura is a little bit off, he has long at bats. Typically he picks up a base hit in the first 2 or 3 pitches. He's not up there very long, but lately it's been longer at bats for him, just having a tough time squaring it up. This next pitch will be 8.
9 pitches of first bat.
Yeah, there you go.
Second time up, 3, 4, 5 pitches he saw before lining out. 3-2, trying to pick up this run.
Well, 9 pitches in his first at bat. His next pitch will be 9 again.
Scott Service talking about him swinging pitches out of the zone. Scott was saying, drawing a little box, a little air box. Make it inside the box, or at least make it close. 3-2. And he takes ball 4.
Well, nobody getting loose in the pen for the Red Sox. Pomeranz approaching 90 pitches here in the 4th.
Carl Willis making another visit, the pitching coach. And the Mariners' youngest fans will enjoy summer fun at Safeco Field this Sunday. Mariners will be wrapping up the homestand against the Mets at 1:10, and all kids are going to get a custom Mariners fidget spinner. Perfect addition to their collection. So stop by Mariners.com for tickets. All right, you've seen your Danny Valencia struck out on an 0-2 pitch, a 2-2 pitch, and you have seen an extraordinarily high percentage of curveballs. What's on his mind coming up right now with runners at the corners, 2 outs?
I would think he's aware of the fact that it is the curveball, and he'll probably look for one up in the zone early in the count. Last night it was the high fastball, and he made an adjustment to it and was able to hit the high fastball in the right center field for a double and drive in a run, when that was a bit of a problem for him in the early part of the game. So we'll see what happens right here.
Heath Hembree, a right-hander. They only have one left-hander down there, Fernando Abad. Chance here for Danny, who struck out twice already. First pitch.
And the curveball.
Yep. Danny would love to hit a knock right here. Maybe even drive something. Get it out. 0-1. Gotten away with one there. Count evens at 1-1.
There's a fastball right on the inside corner.
Ball and 2 strikes. Looks a little exasperated. Hang with him. 2 strikes, 2 out, times called. Other scores in the American League West: Cleveland 8-11 beat the Angels 11-7. Houston 5-0 at Philly. Toronto beat Oakland 4-1 up in Canada. 1-2 to Valencia. Oh, he went chase. Tough break. Mariners strand 2. They threaten. And can't get that runner home from third. That'll do it. We go to the 5th. 3-1. Mariners. Mendez threw 4 tonight, giving up a run, a couple of hits, give up a home run to Hanley Ramirez, and he continues on the trail he's been blazing the last 3 games. He came into tonight's game 18 innings over his last 3 starts, 2 earned runs. He's got a 3-1 lead here right now, and Ryan Nolan-Smith joins us right now from the Ford Sports Desk. Ryan, your thoughts? What have you seen from the King?
You know, I'm starting to see, and this started from last start against the Yankees, he's starting to get deeper into that arsenal. We talk a lot about Felix's changeup, and it's one of the best in the business. We all know that. But when you can start getting that late life on that curveball and the slider, we saw 2 strikeouts earlier in the 2nd inning, 2 big strikeouts from that nasty curveball. He's got it. I feel like he's starting to get that feel for it since coming back from the DL.
Ryan, when you look at his curveball this year, and it's been a great pitch for him the previous couple of seasons, but this year early on it's been a struggle. Opponents hitting .327 off this curveball. What's the difference that you're seeing over his last 3 starts or so from earlier in the year?
Yeah, I think in the last 3 starts, you know, coming back from the DL, anytime you're coming back, first of all, from an injury, it takes a little bit just to get that finish on that pitch, that really good extension, and really trusting that pitch. You know, sometimes when Felix tries to do a little bit too much, you know, that pitch starts out of the zone. and ends up bouncing 55 feet. But when he has that good feel for it, you can see the depth on that pitch. It's such a weapon for him, and his slider as well. So the opponent's hitting 176 in the month of July, and he started using that last time out. He threw that slider 17% of the time, so that was a big jump up for him.
Boy, that's impressive stuff. There we go, 0-2, and hit foul. Ryan, again, great job throwing out the first pitch.
Thanks, guys.
And I'm sure it's a good moment for you there, my man. Appreciate it. Catch you on the Mariners postgame show presented by Alaska Airlines after this ball game. Bogarts, Moreland, and Vasquez here in the 5th. Gonna hang up for Guillermo Heredia. That's his 6th putout. Ken Griffey Jr. holds the record for most putouts by a center fielder in a game with 11 back in '96. I don't think Scott Servison, Jerry DiPoto, and Mel Stoudemire Jr. were talking about, hey, Felix, we need you to go deep. Well, here we are in the 5th. His last 3 starts, he went 7, 5, 6, and then 6. Count his 4th, 6, 6. So it's coming back. Since June, he's been getting into the 6th inning with regularity. That's a great sign. Moreland struck out in a 2-2 pitch, ending the 2nd inning. 3 strikeouts, no walks for Felix. Cano and Segura out on the grass, right side, 2-0. For good reason. There's Robbie.
Line drive. Little top spin on the line drive. Fooled him a little bit, but able to make an adjustment. See him move to his right and had to put on the brakes. Catch it about a foot off the ground.
2 outs here in the 5th inning. First pitch strike to Christian Vasquez, lined out to center.
Good fastball at 92 miles an hour for Felix.
A lot of confidence, you can tell by the body language. A lot of good stuff working for Felix. 0-1. Felix really enjoyed his performance. Didn't like the loss, but he really liked how he performed against the Yankees, giving up just 1 run on 3 hits in his last start. Hit hard and foul. The Mariner fans, very encouraging to see what appears, a turn of the coin here from the dominant power pitcher that Felix was in his early years, now at age 31 with a lot of innings under his belt, making transition and doing well. 2-2.
Well, again, I think it's been his curveball and his slider, both of them helping him. Not just fastball, changeup anymore.
He came into tonight's game having pitched 2,478 in the 3rd innings. 2-2 here to Vasquez. Put in play to Seager. Soft liner. Inning over. 1-2-3 in the 5th. When we come back, it'll be Cano, it'll be Cruz, and we'll see Kyle Seager. Got an infield base hit. He had a home run last night. And starting to get on a little bit of a roll here. set against the Boston Red Sox. And time now for a Geico this date in MLB history. I'm thinking records because it's about Ted Williams. This date, 1966, inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, and in his speech, he laid down the law. He said, listen, there should be and must be room for the likes of Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, and all the great Negro League stars. And if you're a baseball fan and you ever saw that speech, you can YouTube it. Your appreciation for Ted Williams grows even more on top of the great numbers that he put out. Quick out here from Cano, 1 down. I wish I had a chance to see Ted Williams hit, but there's thankfully good enough film on him and watching him talking a lot. I remember the Sports Illustrated with the hit zone, the hot zones and all that stuff. That was tremendous.
He didn't worry about the shift.
No, yeah, and they put it on for him. We're talking about going back in 1940-41. Very good hit. Nelson Cruz strike out and a fly to right.
I'm not sure how many times I read his book on hitting, but a lot. Spent a lot of time reading it.
You put a couple things to use?
Oh, yeah.
Such as?
Get his strike to hit.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes. That's one of the first things he talks about is try to get yourself a good pitch to hit.
Right.
And he was talking about hitters trying to be too aggressive and expanding the zone and helping the pitcher out. Talked about taking his walks and get a pitch to hit.
Go back and look at his numbers. They are ridiculous. And again, missed 2 chunks of time as a fighter pilot in World War II and the Korean War. John Glenn said he was the best wingman I ever had in the Korean War. 2-2 to Nelly. And when in doubt, just YouTube Ted Williams. There's some stuff out there. You can enjoy that. 2-2 to Cruz.
How Nelson was able to hit that. It's down out of the strike zone. You get a piece of it and stay alive.
Last guy we saw throwing this many curveballs was McCullers Jr. Living on it. And this guy, Drew Pomerantz, on the left side doing the same thing. 2-2. Strikes out Nelly for his 7th K. 2 outs here in the 5th. Edgar Martinez bobblehead night. It's presented by Root Sports. It's coming up on Friday, August 11th. First 45,000 fans are going to take home a bobblehead of the Mariners Hall of Famer, holding his famous light bat that actually turns on. So get ready to appreciate Edgar in a whole new light by picking up your tickets at mariners.com. Love that commercial. He does the clap. That's going to be a problem. And he deadpans it absolutely beautiful.
It's a light bat. It's pretty funny because Edgar swung a 34-inch, 31-ounce bat, and at that time, probably the average was 32 ounces. A lot of guys would swing 33 ounces. So when he came up with the light bat, which was actually a lamp and a light, we all got a kick out of that because he swung such a light bat.
He and Tony Gwynn, right?
Yeah.
And Tony Gwynn used a short one,
32-inch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was really short,
That
right?
was really short, yeah. Edgar was 34, which was pretty standard.
As Tony used to call it his pea shoe.
Yeah. Could make it work. Picked up a lot of hits.
Well, it was really tough losing him a few years ago. 1-2. Time called. I want Devers to move over. He's going to lead off in the top of the 6th. One, 2 strikes. Foul. Some other scores from earlier today. White Sox lose at the Cubs 7-2. But the Giants, man, what a bad year they've had. 9-0. They lead in the 4th at home against Pittsburgh. Pirates trying to get back in it again. Kyle. Sends one to left field. Benintendi's under it. And he makes the play. The Mariners are going in order in the 5th. And we come back 9-1-2 for the Red Sox. For the Mariners, and Felix lead at 3-1. Mariners baseball and Root Sports brought to you by Jack in the Box. Come try the sweet or spicy barbecue bacon cheeseburger combo for $4.99. Limited time only. By BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. By Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. And by CenturyLink, connecting you to the power of the digital world. Puget Sound.
Great shot.
Yes, indeed. And the scoreboard's even prettier. 3-1 Mariners. Guillermo Heredia, 3-run homer, second inning. Hanley Ramirez in the 4th, a home run. And Devers fouls one off. A fly ball in left center field. First time up in the big leagues back in the 3rd.
Felix now at 65 pitches, 44 strikes.
The 0-1 to Devers. Missed outside with the fastball. 1-1. Devers to be followed by Betts and Benintendi. 20-year-old at 300 at AA Portland, 400 at AAA Pawtucket. That was only in 9 games. And the likes of Pablo Sandoval, Brock Holt, Marco Hernandez, Josh Rutledge, some of the guys who have manned third base. Been very difficult getting productivity. Felix angry with himself, falling behind here 3-1.
Devers, though, a young player. You mentioned it, 20 years old. That's a pretty good take on a changeup that was just down out of the strike zone.
Threw that with some anger and missed. Felix's first walk.
And that will turn the lineup over. Back to Mookie Betts. Betts 0 for 2. A couple flyouts to center.
Dangerous hitter Mookie Betts. Red Sox leader in at bats, runs, hits, total bases, doubles, home runs, RBIs, walks, and stolen bases. I'd say that's pretty good. Mike, you mean to tell me that many planes landed from New England, bringing them here to Seattle?
I hear you.
Here's the 0-1 to Mookie. Mariners a double play depth up the middle. Hit foul. That was turned one double play last night. None on Sunday. They could use one right here.
Well, they need Betts to hit it right at somebody. He runs well. It'll be tough to double him up.
0-2. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. That works. Felix's fourth strikeout of the night. Mookie 0 for 3.
Take a look at the last pitch. Another breaking ball. He's had a really good curveball tonight. That's great to see. He struggled with that in the first half of the season. In the month of July, it's been a much better pitch for him. Nice job by Mike Zunino keeping the ball in front of him. Mike does such a good job. You can see him leaning forward. That's to try to smother the ball. So many times the catcher will be more upright and the ball can move and kick away off to the side. That rarely happens with Mike.
Shift on for Benintendi. Seager in on the grass. Strike one from Felix.
That was a really good shot watching Mike block that ball.
That's a tremendous asset. Benintendi, base hit to center and a fly to center. Breaking ball, got it in there.
I think for Felix, he's aware that he has a good curveball, and he and Mike on the same page. Nice job by Mike to frame that pitch, probably just off the outside corner, but able to steal a strike for Felix.
4 strikeouts to this point for Felix. He's 0-2 here to Benintendi.
Just buried a changeup.
Twelfth start for Felix, comes in with a record of 5-4, 3.88 ERA. Good month of July for him, 2-2 with a 2.63. One-two. Count evens at 2-2. Dustin Pedroia is on deck. Shang retiring types out in the King's Court. 2-2. Benintendi made his big league debut right here at Safeco Field last August. Three-two pitch. Lost him. Both of Felix's walks have come here in the 6th. They bring up Pedroia. Represents a go-ahead run.
Well, Felix will try to get a ground ball right here. The double play and get out of the inning. Pedroia ground out back to Felix and then a strikeout swinging. Felix was able to get him to chase a high fastball.
Alfambre with runners on, first pitch. Strike one.
Starts him with the curveball again. Probably been his best pitch tonight.
Most RBIs in this month. Jonathan Scope, another good second baseman with the Orioles. We've seen plenty of Yuli Gurriel and Altuve. Brian Butterfield, the third base coach. Look where he's positioned. Good chance for the runners to see him and stay out of harm's way. He hopes from a hard hook hit foul by Pedroia. One to count.
I think when Felix wants a double play ball, he'll go to his changeup. Ground ball percentage on his changeup is at 64%.
Cash one in right here. 1-1.
There's a changeup down out of the strike zone. Was able to get him to chase it. That's the biggest reason why his changeup Moves down so hard that it's tough to get it in the air, and you can see him chase it. Not happy at all.
That thing explodes down.
It does. I mean, such a good pitch for him all these years. Court ready to go.
Sitting on 4 strikeouts. Runners at first and second, 1 out.
There's a curveball at the bottom of the strike zone.
He has really abused Pedroia's timing these last couple of pitches.
82 pitches, 52 strikes for Felix.
The Red Sox fans trying to turn up the volume. Kings Court. They got their thing going. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And the runners will advance. A throw to second. Try to get the trail runner. Everybody's safe.
A wild pitch.
Wild pitch thrown by Felix.
And just spiked a curveball, goes off of Mike's wrist, and then hits Pedroia, and it goes all over the place.
Pinballing.
Yeah. Mariners up by a couple of runs. Middle of the infield will play back. Valencia also about halfway. Looks like Kyle's going to play halfway.
A wild pitch for Felix. He needs to strike out in a big way here. 2-2 pitch. Left field. We got a tied ball game. Scoring is Devers. Benintendi right behind him. A double for Pedroia. 3-3 game here in the 6th. RBI total to 54 for Pedroia. Continues to add on. His RBI count tops in the American League this month.
And one of the few mistakes with the breaking ball. He leaves it up above the knee, middle in, wanted to go down and away with it. Pedroia squares it up. That will not be the issue for Felix, though. He will not be happy about the 2 walks. Both of them come around and score.
17th double for Pedroia.
Well, Stoudemire Jr. quick visit out to the mound, and some guys stirring around out into the bullpen. Nobody throwing yet.
Devers scored. So did Benintendi. We got a new ball game.
Cishek.
There's Ramirez. He homered. Blistered one. Bullpen left field.
And is on a slider.
Ball 1. Mariners got their 3 runs in the second. Nothing since. 2 hits over the last 3 innings. One 1. Drew Pomeranz.
He's probably done.
I'd be happy that he's taking off the hook right here. Run in the 4th, 2 here in the 6th. Felix trying to end it. Keep it right there at 2 runs. 2-1 to count. Heath Embry, the right-hander, ready to go. Two-one pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Hanley Ramirez. 4th inning home run, his 17th, his 40th RBI. Negotiating up the middle. Pedroia pretty good speed at second. 2-2 pitch. Got a play.
Back-to-back fastballs from Felix. Hasn't doubled up on the fastball much tonight. And the next pitch will be 90 for him.
Here we go, 2-2. Pedroia will hold. Full count.
I think Mike has a pretty good idea when he's driving into the ballpark today with Felix on the mound that he's going to get a workout. 26 pitches in the inning for Felix. A lot of them in the dirt.
3 runs on 4 hits for the Mariners. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Red Sox. Big pitch here at 3-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Felix steals. Will dribble it. Charging is Seager. The throw to retire. Ramirez over to third goes Pedroia. 2 down.
Kyle knows that he has time. 2 hands. He gets rid of it quickly. Times it perfectly. He wants to make the throw off of his right foot. You can see him gather himself a little bit right there as he taps his glove. Makes the play.
Two away, runner at third. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. Face Felix, grounded out to Valencia. Hit a comebacker to Felix. Ball 1.
Good pitch.
Bradley 2 for 9. That's a home run against Felix. Then outside Tuna. Felix behind here, 2-0. Breaking ball for strike.
And back to the curveball. Felix with 30 pitches in the inning.
Big 2-run double. Dustin Pedroia tied it up. Pitch to Bradley. And the Red Sox take the lead. Jackie Bradley a 2 for 3 night last night. That's his first knock here this evening. RBI number 40 and the Red Sox lead for the first time tonight.
And Scott Service out of the dugout. That will be it for Felix.
So Felix night is over and he leaves trailing on a count of 4-3. To the bullpen we go. We'll be right back after this. 2 outs, man aboard. And the night is done for Felix Hernandez. Could not hold the lead, and there's his numbers for this evening.
5 2/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks. Both of those walks ended up scoring. 4 strikeouts for Felix. Steve Cishek will take over for Steve. 21 appearances on the year, 3.57 ERA. Opponents hitting just 200 against him. His fastball 90 to 92 miles an hour, and a sweeping slider.
Steve, a Massachusetts native out of Falmouth, Mass. Taking on the Red Sox here, and Xander Bogaerts. 2-run double by Pedroia, and a Jackie Bradley Jr. single. It's Boston in front by a run. Bogaerts fouls off the first pitch. He is 0 for 2. Strikeout and a fly to center. Felix, the only blemish through 5 was the home run by Ramirez, but things got away from him here in the 6th. Giving Bradley close. 5 out of 7 base stealing. Pedroia, Ramirez, both checking in. Ramirez with a home run. Pedroia, 2-run double this inning. 0-1. From Cishek, got the corner. Ball at 2 strikes.
Good fastball from Steve at 93 miles an hour. That's one of the best fastballs we've seen from him so far this year. On average, he's right around 91. That's what he did Saturday against the Yankees. 2/3 of an inning.
1-2 to Bogaerts. Steps off. Xander missed last night. Ball game, and he got fooled miserably right there. Cishek gets the job done. Stops this 6th inning. 2-run double by Pedroia. RBI single by Jackie Bradley Jr. puts the Red Sox in front. We're going to see Ben Gamble when we get back.
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a new section out in left field, and it is all surrounding James Paxton and his nickname, the Big Maple. It's called the Maple Grove. And if you were watching last night's game, you're probably thinking like me, How'd they get a maple tree through security? Well, today the Maple Grove came down onto the field and got to meet James Paxton. James Paxton greeted them with some maple bars. They've got the A cards instead of the K cards. They've got upside down and right side up maple leaves, just like his tattoo right there, for the strikeouts. A very clever and very creative group. James Paxton tells me that they've designed a shirt and he cannot wait to order them when they become available. Really cool, though, really fun that James did that, and it's interesting to see this just sort of continue to grow. Also, guys, the guys we're talking about, not one of them, by the way, by a show of hands, is actually Canadian from the Maple Grove. But they said they're willing to sort of be Canadian by being polite, eating Canadian bacon, poutines, you know, all sorts of things. Canada and our friends in the Great White North.
All right, Angie, thank you. It was a good group of people. I enjoyed meeting them while they were down there. As you look at Heath Embry taking over for Drew Pomeranz.
Good fastball at 95, 96 miles an hour. Slider curveball to go with it.
One to Mitch Haniger leading off. Ball 2 strikes. Embry out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, 5th round pick of the Giants back in 2010.
3.63 ERA. Almost hitting 293 against him. He's given up 7 home runs. Hopefully the Mariners can get after him.
Mitch Haniger tonight lined out to right and struck out 0 for 2. Runs coming on a 3-run homer by Guillermo Heredia in the 2nd inning. Let's see the ball down to Devers. 1 away. Young man in his major league debut tonight.
A strong arm. It's a little flip across the diamond. Put something on it. And for Drew Pomeranz, 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. They were earned. He had 4 walks tonight, threw 105 pitches, 67 of those for strikes.
Ben Gamel got an infield hit last time up. First pitch strike. Walked and scored in the 2nd. And led off the 4th with the infield hit. Got the 3rd. Mariners couldn't score it. That looms large right now. They got in the 3rd with 1 out. And an infield hit, wild pitch, and a fly ball by Heredia. They got in the 3rd. To Ben. Here comes Jackie Bradley Jr. 2 outs. MLB.com at bat. Your #1 mobile app for live Mariners baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Mariners home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Back in the 2nd inning, man of the hour, Guillermo Heredia with a 3-run homer. Put the Mariners in the lead. Since then, the Mariners have managed just 2 hits. A Cano double in the 3rd. And Gamel's aforementioned 4th inning infield hit. 0-1 to Guillermo.
Hit a high fastball right down the left field line, able to keep it fair. His 6th home run on the year.
Embry went to a couple of colleges, one the College of Charleston right there in Charleston, South Carolina, and then the University of South Carolina at Columbia. 3-1 to Heredia. Mariners won last night 4-0 behind James Paxton on 6 hits. 3-2. Mariners trying to get to 500 for the 7th time. The Red Sox are trying to end a 3-game losing streak, 2nd time they've had a losing streak of that length. 3-2 pitch. Backing up is Bogarts, the shortstop. Embry does his job. 1-2-3 in the 6th. 4-3 Boston here at Safeco Field.
Angie Bentig here at the Ford Sports Desk, and fans all over checking in tonight using the hashtag Where I Root, presented by Alaska Airlines. Amy is here at Safeco Field, but she's come a long way from Liverpool, England. Remember to use that hashtag and you could see your photo on the air. And then Jen, Brad, myself, I know that Dave and Mike, they were busy, but we went down and visited this group. Ron Newman from Bayside Auto Sales. They bought the Root Sports Suite in the Mariners Care auction. And they had, actually they bought the Jerry DiPoto suite and the Root Sports Crew suite. Jerry a little bit busy, you guys, leading up to the trade deadline. So the next time they have the Root Sports suite, they get Jerry. So this time Root Sports Crew, next time Jerry. Back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. And I suspect Jerry has a phone in his left hand and a phone in his right hand and another one on the desk. See what Steve Cishek can do here. Bottom third of the order, the Red Sox. Top of the 7th. First pitch to Mitch Moreland off the plate. Strikeout and a line out today.
Steve with a good fastball tonight. He's topped out at 93 miles an hour. Consistently 91, 92. Sweeping slider off the plate away.
2-0 to Moreland. Moreland, Vasquez, and Devers. 7, 8, and 9 coming up. Pull hitter Moreland puts Cano and Segura out on the grass right side. Steve 3-0. Moreland lined out right where Cano is standing right now. Last time up. Red Sox runs coming in the 4th. That 1 run coming in the 4th. Solo blast by Hanley Ramirez, and then in the 6th, couple of walks, and they came back to haunt Felix. They both scored. Dustin Pedroia, 2-run double. RBI single for Jackie Bradley. Two walks scoring on the Pedroia double. Pedroia coming home on the single by Bradley. 3-2. Walked him.
Mark Zepchinski getting loose in the pen. Left-hander for the Mariners.
Leadoff walks always leave a bad taste. Century Link brings you what's next. Chris Sale dominating this year. Starter in the All-Star game. Goes against Andrew Moore. Sale leads in earned runs, wins, and strikeouts in innings pitched in the American League. Keeping Moreland close. Moreland, it's only one stolen base attempt. 0 for 1. Could use a double play. They got a good candidate with the catcher. Vasquez at the plate. He didn't like that call by crew chief Dana Demuth.
Looked like a pretty good pitch right on the inside corner at the knees.
Vasquez has bounced into 12 double plays, most on the club. The 0-1 bunt, foul. 0-2.
Maybe ended up getting a piece of his finger. Saw this with Mitch Haniger on the road trip. Yep, pinched
Certainly.
it.
Dana Demuth well aware, and giving Vasquez a chance to shake it off. As it regards walks, Mariner pitching. No walks in the first 5 innings. Since then, 3 walks given up. In the last 8 batters, 2 have scored. Cishek, he's ahead 0-2 here. Fouled away. They're paying some homage to Hall of Famer Carl Yastrzemski. Out in right field. Here's the 0-2. Haniger gets on it. 1 out. That will bring up Rafael Devers. Line up the left center. Walked and scored. This is Major League debut.
4 right-handed hitters due up after Devers, so Scott Servais going to stay with Cishek. And Zepchinski ready to go in the pen.
Here's Seager. Goes to Segura. Valencia double play. First of the night. Needed it too. Home 7th coming up. Zunino, Segura, and Valencia. Mariners down a run to the Red Sox. Cracker Jacks, but what else could you buy with a Washington's lottery win played today? Good to have you with us here at Safeco Field. Comfortable night. Here's your line score, 4-3. Red Sox rallied with a big spot in the 6th inning. Time now for a Big Fish Casino Big Cats. Much needed double play here, Michael.
Not that unusual in today's game to see the 5-6-3 double play. Kyle Seager getting rid of it quickly. Segura, the shortstop, taking the throw and finishes the double play.
See if they can get some offense cranking here. Mike Zunino to lead off, walking a strikeout tonight. Heath Embry's 2nd inning of work.
Starts him with a slider.
Zunino, Segura, and Valencia. Here in the home 7th. Mariners haven't scored since the 3-run homer 2nd inning by Guillermo Heredia. By their only left-hander, and Matt Barnes heating up.
Mariners have seen plenty of Abad from his days with Oakland. Matt Barnes, hard-throwing right-hander.
Drew Pomeranz started for Boston, went 5. Mike, deep drive, left center field. Tie ball game. Mike Zunino with his 15th home run, RBI number 42. Brand new ball game at 4-4 here in the 7th. 2-1 pitch, and he cranked it.
It's a well-located pitch. It's right on the outside corner at the knees. Mike gets out there on a slider. But he barrels it up. He's so strong, even though he's out in front of it. Able to hit it over the fence. Clutch home run for the Mariners.
That's impressive. Segura fouls one off. So brand new ball game, 4-4. Mike Zunino is 15th. 42nd RBI. I want to talk about a welcome sight. Gene fouls one back.
Took another look at Mike Zunino. Again, you can see him catch it out in front. It's a slider moving away from him. His hands back just long enough.
Oh, 2 strikes to Gene Segura. 9 pitch at bat, ground out. 5 pitch at bat, a line out to right. 10 pitch, what was it, a 10 pitch at bat in the 4th. A walk.
A lot of this from a lot of foul balls. Such great hands, hand-eye coordination. Even though he's kind of in between right now. Late on the fastball out in front of the breaking ball, still able to foul it off. Home run by Mike Zunino, 413 feet.
It's safe to say he's seen the most pitches tonight.
Easily.
By a wide margin.
About half of them.
My goodness. It's a dynamic ability he's got to get to a pitch. Tough one to handle it just a little bit. 1-2. Danny Valencia is on deck. 8th home run given up by Embry. 2-2.
There you go.
Another deep count.
Works it back to full. Next pitch will be 8.
4th time he's gone to a 3-ball count. Three and 2. And he's aboard. Let's it go ahead and run. 2nd time. Segura has walked. Embry's first free pass. And John Farrell coming out to make a pitching change here. A new ball game, 7th inning, a 4-4 game at Safeco Field. His 4th here in the month of July. And what a great sight this was, Mike.
Yeah, slider down and away from him. Stayed on it, though. See him take his head right to the ball. Drop the barrel on it. 413 feet for Mike's 15th home run.
Mike, it really cooled off. He had the .304 batting average in June. Coming into tonight, 173. Here's right-hander Matt Barnes taking over.
45 appearances, a 5-2 record, 3.26 ERA, 55 strikeouts in 47 innings. Opponents hitting just 195. He's given up 3 home runs this year. Good fastball at 95 miles an hour. Slider and curve to go with it. And he will get Danny Valencia. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning for the Mariners. Segura at first base.
Well, after striking out 3 times at the hands of Drew Pomerantz, you know Danny's happy to see somebody other than the left-hander.
A welcome change. See if he can get a fastball that he can handle. Something out over the plate.
Valencia 0 for 1 against Barnes. Segura the go-ahead run at first. Outfield straightaway and deep. First pitch off the plate. Mariners trying to get a win here to get back to 500 for the 7th time this season. The Red Sox, they're trying to end a 3-game losing streak. 2nd time they've hit that number. It's their longest losing streak, 2nd longest streak of the season. Danny 1 for 4 last night. He's got 11 home runs at 50 runs batted in.
And a good count. Barnes missing with 2 fastballs, both of them at 96 miles an hour, both of them off the plate away.
Long look by Barnes. Here we go, 2-0. Segura 2nd on the team in base stealing. He's got 12 out of 19. Dyson has got the bad toe. Hopefully we'll have him back tomorrow or at worst on Friday. He leads the club 22 out of 27. One of the leaders in the American League, second to Cameron Maybin. Ground ball to Bogarts to Pedroia. Over to Moreland for the double play. 2 down. Bring up Robinson Cano.
He gets a fastball. It's right on the outside corner. Just out in front of it. Ends up rolling over on it for the double play. Yeah, Robinson Cano. Robbie with a double. 1 for 3.
1-2 for Mr. Cano against Barnes. They put Pedroia in shallow right field. Bring the shortstop over. Bogart's on the right side. Strike 1. Here to Robbie.
Barnes with a good fastball tonight. He's consistently been 96 miles an hour, including that last one right at the top of the strike zone.
Robbie trying to keep this inning alive. See if the Mariners can get the lead. You got Nelson Cruz on deck. 2 up the middle, base hit. He indeed does keep this inning alive for Nelson Cruz. Second hit tonight for Cano. The 2-strike hitting.
Well, he's going to take advantage of a mistake. 0-2 count, and Barnes throws him an off-speed pitch right in the middle of the plate. And he hits it right back up the middle. You can see Barnes upset. He wanted that down in the dirt. Out, definitely out of the strike zone.
Go ahead and run aboard. Here's Nelson Cruz. Strikeout, fly to right, and a strikeout. He's 1 for 5 against Barnes. Strike 1.
Starts him with a slider.
Bradley deep in center, Benintendi deep in left. Mookie Betts in right straightaway, but not especially deep for Nelson Cruz. The 0-1 pitch. 0-2. Four runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Mariners. 4 runs on 4 hits for Boston. Cano just got it done behind 0-2. Now Nelly's 0-2. And he got him. Zunino, the highlight of this 7th inning for the Mariners on a 2-1 pitch. Blast one, left center field and deep and out of here. Home run number 15 for Mike ties the score at 4-4. Field middle game, 3-game set with the Red Sox as we take a look at our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms. And here we go. Major League strikeout leaders, Chris Sale. We're going to see him tomorrow, followed by Max Scherzer, Clayton Kershaw, Chris Archer, and Jacob deGrom. We'll see deGrom over the weekend when the Mets come to town. Sale pitches tomorrow. Career against the Mariners, 4-1 in 7 starts. He's got 3 complete games, 2.34 ERA. Don't forget, 12:40 start time, and we highly recommend you take public transportation to the ballpark tomorrow. Here's David Phelps. But a good ad.
And for David, 46 appearances on the year, a 3.28 ERA, 55 strikeouts over 21 walks. Good fastball for Phelps. Average fastball at 95 miles an hour. Cutter, curve, change to go with it. A couple of outings with the Mariners so far, and he's pitched well.
Third outing, 2 1/3 innings under his belt. He comes right after you, throwing strikes. Mookie Betts to lead off. Foul off. Betts seeing Phelps for the first time. Top of the order for the Red Sox. Betts, Benintendi, and Pedroia. Phelps just acquired this week from Miami. Again, his career as a starter. Made a name for himself the last couple of years as a guy to the pen for multiple innings. He's got good stuff. 0-2. Hanging up for Mitch Haniger. Looks to play in foul territory. 1 out.
It's a big out for the Mariners. Mookie Betts probably their best player this year.
Mookie now 0 for 4. That's going to bring up Benintendi. He's 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Red Sox pitching tonight. 5 walks. 1 of the runs have scored. Mariner pitching tonight. 1, 2, 3 walks, and 2 of them have scored.
Phelps with a good fastball tonight, 95 miles an hour again.
Here he is in the 8th, so he's earned the confidence of the skipper. He's got service here. 0-1. 0-2. Yankees beat Cincinnati 4-2 at Yankee Stadium, so the moment they pick up a half game on the Red Sox, look out.
Only 3 late swings on his fastball. Last fastball at 96.
Yankees now a game and a half behind first place Boston in the East. Here's the 0-2. Pedroia on deck. And Benintendi came in with a big slump. Not originally scheduled to play in yesterday's game, but Bogarts came up sick before the contest, so he was pressed into service. Went 2 for 10 in the series in Anaheim, but they lost 2 out of 3. 2-2 from Phelps. Benintendi, 5-tool player. 2-2 pitch. That will work. A base hit.
And Kyle, the only one on the left side of the infield, and nothing but late swings from him. And another late swing right here. Almost looks like it jams him. It does. It jams him a little bit. Just a routine ground ball that works its way through the left side.
Benintendi aboard with his second hit tonight, 2 for 3. Brings up Dustin Pedroia, 8 for 20 with a homer against Phelps. Phelps saw a lot of the Red Sox during his Yankee days. Ball 1. Segura and Cano double play depth. Pitch missed. 2-0.
Outfielders playing straight away. Same on the infield. Mark up for the second time.
Tony Zick joining him. Base hit on a 2-0 pitch. 2-hit night for Pedroia. 2-run double in the 6th and a base hit here in the 8th. Red Sox threat is mounting.
As Dave mentioned, ahead in the count, gets a fastball on the inner half of the plate. Stays inside and drives it right back up the middle. Mel Stottlemyre Jr. on his way out to the mound. I'll go over a scouting report with Phelps. Hanley Ramirez, cleanup hitter for the Red Sox.
Ramirez 0 for 1 against Phelps. Back in the 4th inning after first at bat he grounded out to short. He wailed on this pitch. Got all of it. 17th home run, 40th run batted in. Right now Phelps really needs a ball hit right at Segura or Cano. 28,992 on hand here. Phelps ready. First pitch to Ramirez. Ball 1.
Missed with a cutter. Let's try to make a quality pitch down and away. The cutter will move away from Ramirez. Try to get him to roll over on it. Get a double play and get out of the inning. Boston 2 for 5 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Hanley's rolled into 10 double plays and missed. 2-0.
Second hitter in a row. He's falling behind. Pedroia with a base hit. 2-0. Edwin Diaz getting loose in the pen for the Mariners.
Each team 4 runs on 6 hits. 1 out, 2 on here for the Sox. Much needed strike for Phelps.
Quality strike. 95 on the outside corner.
So Ramirez, runners in scoring position this year, hitting a .188, 2 homers and 20 runs batted in. Two and 1, looking for a ground ball, and there it is. Segura, oh no! They do get the out. Wow.
6-4 fielder's choice. And Scott Service out of the dugout, going to get Zepchinski right off the heel of his glove. Looked like he picked his head up a little bit early. Good play by Robbie to grab the ball.
He barely got that.
Yep,
to see
he
that?
did. Yes.
4-4 ball game. Runners at the corners for Boston. Pitching change with Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up. Mark Zepchinski will get a chance here. 3-game series. The Mariners and the Red Sox will wrap it up tomorrow. 12:40 start time. Take public transportation, everybody. We highly recommend it. Chris Sale, Andrew Moore, your pitching matchup for tomorrow.
Mark Zepchinski going to take over for the Mariners. 35 appearances on the year, a 3.57 ERA. Opponent's hitting just .215. He's given up just the 1 home run. Good fastball, good sinking fastball at 92 miles an hour. So has a slider to go with it. Occasional changeup.
Well, how about this? Jackie Bradley Jr. is the hitter. And Jackie Bradley Jr. is 3 for 4 against Mark Zepchinski.
Wow, he's one of the few left-handed hitters that's had success against him. Most of them struggle because of the slider.
Benintendi's at third. Ramirez at first. 2 outs in this 4-4 game. Top of the 8th. Tonight, Jackie Bradley Jr. grounded out to first, the comebacker to Felix, and then an RBI single to center in the 6th. First pitch strike from Zepchinski. RBI in the 6th, but Boston ahead 4-3. Mike Zunino tied it at 4-4. Bottom 7 with the home run. One. Be one of the bigger outs Mariners have asked Zepchinski to get. One pitch. Zunino holds on to the foul tip. 1-2.
One of the better fastballs from Mark at 93 miles an hour. Again, he can really sink it. Going at the bottom of the strike zone. Bradley Jr. late swing, swings underneath it.
Zepper 1-2 here to Bradley. 2-2. Mookie Betts started the inning. He fouled out right field. Base hit Benintendi. Pedroia with the single. Thought they had a double play and they wound up with just one. So runners at the corners, and that's where we are now. 2-2. 2 outs. Zepchinski deals. Pitch. Foul back. Boy, does he need an out. Mariners need it big time. 2-2 pitch. Hit right to Cano. Fields. And throws out Bradley. Zepchinski gets it done. Keeps this a 4-4 game when we come back. Kyle Seager, Mitch Haniger, Ben Gamble. The chance to get the lead. Back here at Safe Grove Field. This was a big one from Mark Zepchinski. He gets a ground ball off the bat of Jackie Bradley Jr. to end the Red Sox threat stranding 2. He enjoyed it. So did we. We go to the home 8th. Kyle Seager's going to lead things off. Good job by the veteran left-hander.
Kyle has been a hot hitter for the Mariners since the All-Star break. 1 for 2. Scored a run tonight.
Matt Barnes continues on. Fouled off. Seager 0 for 2 against Matt.
Kyle had a pretty good pitch to hit. Just a little bit late on the fastball.
Seager tonight, an infield hit, a walk, and a fly to left. Outside, ball 1. Seager, Haniger, and Gamble, 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Mariners. 3-run homer from Guillermo Heredia in the 2nd. Mike Zunino, home run in the 7th. 1-1 to Kyle. It's in it for strike. Matt Barnes, second man out of the pen. Heath Embry preceded him. 1-2 to Seager. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Mitch Haniger waiting on deck.
Two pitch to Seager. High pop that going to get out of play.
Barnes with a good fastball tonight. That one at 96 miles an hour at the top of the strike zone. Everything up for Kyle.
Seager out of the University of North Carolina. Matt Barnes out of the University of Connecticut, same school that produced George Springer of the Astros. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball away, full count. Looking for a big start here to the 8th. 3-2 pitch. Fought it off. It'll get foul.
Off speed pitch, 81 miles an hour. Kyle was fooled on it. A late swing, but able to get it out of the strike zone. Get himself another pitch. Could be the 8th pitch of the at bat. It's a pretty good battle going on.
Here we go again. 3-2. Swing and miss. Got him. Tag applied by Vasquez. Seager's gone. It's back-to-back Ks now for Barnes. Just one down.
Comes back with another off-speed pitch. That's a curveball. 12-6 curve. Kyle swings over the top of it.
Here's Mitch Haniger. Lined out to right. Struck out. Ground out to third. Right down to Devers. 20-year-old third baseman throws him out. 2 away. And 2 out to bring up Ben Gamble. Gamble walking a run scored, an infield hit, a fly to center.
Infield hit extended his hitting streak to 12 games.
0-1 to Ben. Starting tonight, third leading hitter in the American League behind Jose Altuve and teammate Gene Segura. 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike. Edwin Diaz ready for the ninth. 1-1 pitch. Bounce to Moreland. Wins the race to the bag. Mariners go quietly in the eighth. Score remains tied at 4-4 as we head to inning number 9.
Hi, everybody. Angie Bentig here at the Ford Sports Desk. Whenever Boston comes down, lots of Red Sox here at Safeco Field. You get these couples, some going for the Red Sox, some going for the Mariners, like Andrew sending in this photo. Even if we can't agree with who should win tonight, we can always agree we want the Yankees to lose. The hashtag to use is Where I Root, presented by Alaska Airlines, and we'll try to get your photo on the air. Kayla sends this one in, watching from the vacation house in Lincoln City, Oregon. Looks like a lot of fun. Remember, use that hashtag Where I Root, presented by Alaska Airlines. But when you do, it gives us permission to use your photo on the air. Dave, back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you very much. Edwin Diaz, his 42nd game.
59 strikeouts, over 19 walks. Opponent hitting 194 against Edwin. Fastball 95 plus, and a hard slider.
First hitter is going to be Xander Bogaerts. Fastball at 98, 0-1. Bogaerts 0 for 2 against Edwin. On foul ball, 1-1. Bogaerts, Mitch Moreland, and Christian Vasquez, 6, 7, and 8. And reports say that the Red Sox have acquired third baseman Eduardo Nunez from the Giants for a couple of prospects. Giants having a miserable year, 38-63 starting today. We'd seen Nunez, I believe that's the guy we had seen with the Yankees for a couple of years. This one popped up, playable. Here comes Valencia. 1 out.
Well, a big first out to this point in the ball game. Bogaerts can run too, so nice job by Diaz to pop him up.
Brings up Moreland, who's 0 for 3 career against Edwin Diaz. Well, there's Kimbrel. Greg Kimbrel, 46, the right-hander. And Brandon Workman, we saw him last evening. Hitting a 2/3 shutout ball, struck out 1. Bouncing ball, here's Cano. Throws out Moreland. 2 away. That'll bring up the catcher, Christian Vasquez. He's 0 for 3. Moreland, by the way, with that ground out, he's 0 for 3 with a walk. Vasquez 0 for 1 against Edwin. Seemed like a long time ago. Felix Hernandez started this game 5 2/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 2 walks, 4 Ks. Cishek, Phelps, Zepchinski, and Diaz to the moment have allowed 2 hits and 1 walk. Little nubber going out, can't get it, base hit. Go ahead, runs aboard.
Good fastball in on his hands. It was off the plate. Gets him to chase it and jams him. Ends up getting a base hit. Brock Holt, a pinch run for him.
Sandy Leon will take over behind the plate. Holt, good speed. The hitter's going to be Rafael Devers. Looking for the final out. Ball 1 to Devers. 0 for 2 walk run scored tonight in his major league debut. 20-year-old from Sanchez, Dominican Republic. Reports are they brought in, just traded for veteran infielder Eduardo Nunez. John Farrell led this club to a World Series back in 13. 1-0 pitch. Foul off.
Good fastball at 98 miles an hour on the outside corner. Leadoff hitter Mookie Betts waiting on deck.
1-1 pitch. 2-1. Diaz ready, throw over to first. Not much of a lead by Holt. Diaz pitched most recently on Saturday. Gave up the tying run in the 9th. Sent it to inning number 10. Mariners won it against the Yankees. Right now it's 3-1 to the rookie Devers. Needs a strike. 3-1. Didn't get it. Now you got to deal with a good hitter here, Mookie Betts. He's 0 for 4 tonight. That's 1 for 2. It was a home run in previous encounters with Diaz.
Came into the game hitting .277 overall, but leads the club in home runs with 17.
He is big offensive generator for this club. Well, we saw Zepchinski get one of the bigger outs that he's recorded as a Mariner. Diaz needs one here. And he got it. He got it. Wow. Stranding 2, chance to win it in the 9th. Coming up, Guillermo Heredia, already a 3-run homer under his belt. Mike Zunino, he's hit a home run tonight. And Gene Segura, who's walked his last 2 times up.
Remember this on Saturday night, the Mariners pulled off the walk-off in the 10th inning thanks to Nelson Cruz. We are after another such outcome tonight. That scored Ben Gamma, who led off the inning with a lead-off double. Of course, they intentionally walked Robinson Cano. It would be their 6th walk-off of the season. Heredia will get things going. Come up on Mariners postgame presented by Alaska Airlines. We hope to have the victorious Mariners as they walk it off. Also, we'll head inside the clubhouse and hear from the skipper, Scott Service, and we'll also let you know what's going on around the league as the AL wildcard race begins to heat up. Of course, we'll get you ready for tomorrow as well. It's all coming up on Mariners postgame presented by Alaska Airlines, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you. We've got Guillermo Heredia going to lead it off against Brandon Workman.
Just 7 appearances on the year. 2.77 ERA. Opponents hitting 2.60. Given a couple of home runs. 11 strikeouts over 3 walks.
First pitch to Heredia. It's in there for a strike.
Fastball at 92 miles an hour. Cutter and a curveball to go with it. Heredia with the big hit for the Mariners. This one all the way back into the 2nd inning. A 3-run home run for Guillermo.
Field 1. Tried to bunt his way on. Didn't work. Heredia last night in the 6th. Best push bunt by a right-hand hitter we've seen this year. The other great bunt we've seen is against the Tigers, with Dyson breaking up the no-hitter against Verlander. The 0-2 pitch. Guillermo seeing Workman for the first time. Jackie Bradley Jr. shading towards right. Center fielder. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Devers. Nice play. 1 out.
We'll take a look at it. Ranging to his left, gets rid of it quickly. We talked about his arm earlier in the game. Just a little something on it.
Years old, big league debut today. There's Mike Zunino coming up. Like a homer last time up, leading off in the 7th. 0 for 1 against Workman. Strike 1. First plate appearance, Mike walked, then he struck out, then he homered. Left center field.
Nick Vincent getting loose in the pen for the Mariners.
Two.
Not get a slider out for his 15th home run on the year. One of the few breaking balls they've thrown him. Pretty much gone at him with the fastball above the belt.
The 0-2 to Mike. Struck him out. 3 pitches, 2 down.
Well, another high fastball. This one at 95 miles an hour. Best fastball of the inning from Workman. Pretty much in the middle of the plate.
Segura 1 for 2 against Workman. Strike 1. Gene's walked his last 2 times up.
All the outfielders for Boston playing just in front of the warning track, trying to take the double away.
1-1 to Segura. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gene with 6 homers, 31 runs batted in. His last home run back in July 5 here against Kansas City. Segura entering this at bat. It's seen about 32 pitches tonight. 2-1. 2-2.
Workman just going right at the Mariners with a good fastball. Fastball 93 to 95 miles an hour. Oh, that's what 93 right in the middle of the plate.
Two out, nobody on, and a 2-2 pitch here to Gene Segura. Another full count to a 3-ball count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times here tonight. Every one but his second inning plate appearance has gone to 3-2. Three-two pitch from Workman. Long foul.
He has just stayed with the fastball. Going right at the Mariners. A number of them in the middle of the plate. They haven't been able to take advantage of that yet.
Segura battling and battling here. Three-two from Workman one more time. Here's Pedroia. Throws him out. 10th inning coming up. Mariners are 4-5 in extra innings, and the Red Sox are 8-2. We're going to see Pedroia. He'll be up second when we return. Boston Red Sox, a 2-run double by Dustin Pedroia. Scored 2 guys who had walked. Felix put him on via walk, and then Steve Cishek checked out Felix's last batter, beg your pardon. Gives up an RBI single to Jackie Bradley Jr. Then Mike Zunino. The Mariners down a run, tied it up with this home run to make it a 4-4 ball game, and that's where we are right now, heading into inning number 10. Mike's 15th home run, his 42nd RBI.
Nick Vincent going to take over for the Mariners. Fastball at 90 miles an hour. Cutter, slider to go with it. 44 appearances, a 3-1 record. ERA under 2 now. He's really been pitching well. A 1.96 ERA for him. 33 strikeouts over 8 walks. And just the 1 home run. We get 2, 3, and 4 from Boston. And Attendee, Pedroia, and Ramirez are due up.
2 for 3 tonight. Runs scored and a walk for Benintendi. First pitch strike from Nick. And Benintendi competing against each other for the first time. Off the fist, ground ball. Cano's got it. For 1 out. And that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia tonight hits in his last 2 times up. Single to center in the 8th. The 2-run double we just showed you in the 6th. 2 for 4 with the run scored. Pedroia 1 for 1 against Nick. Seager guarding the line at third, 1 wide. No play for Hennigan.
Nick with a good fastball tonight, 91 miles an hour. Typically goes back and forth with his fastball and his cutter. Cutter about 87.
Playable, mile high pop coming in is Cano. 2 outs. Look at what he's done at home. 23 games, no earnings.
That's amazing.
And the 13th game this month, 3 earned runs, 9 2/3 innings. Okay. Coming into tonight, you saw Greg Kimball getting ready. Ramirez, ball 1. Ramirez 0 for 3 against Nick Vincent. Hanley did his damage tonight back in the 4th. 2-out solo home run. Get the Sox on the board.
Oh, nice.
2-1.
Good cutter. 2-0 count. Ramirez turning it loose, but a little bit of a late swing on the cut fastball. She throws it by him.
Two-one from Nick.
And right back with another cutter. That one off the plate away.
Jackie Bradley Jr. is on deck. Hopefully he will not get a chance to swing it here in the 10th. 2-2 pitch from Nick Vincent. Billy Ramirez takes a big cut.
And that one, he wanted to throw it on the plate, but he wanted it up top of the strike zone. That one probably more middle. But again, for Nick, good fastball night, 91.
The Hardy members still remain in the King's Court. The 2-2 pitch. Do it again.
The Mariners will have Valencia, Cano, and Cruz due up in the bottom of the 10th.
Nick trying to put Ramirez away here. Dangerous hitter. That home run he hit his 17th back in the 4th inning. The 2-2. Count has run full. Jackie Bradley Jr. on deck. Here we go in this 4-4 game. The pitch. Fouled off.
For Nick, his best fastball so far at 92 miles an hour. Again, right in the middle of the plate. Ninth pitch coming up.
Mariners collecting his thoughts. Same with Nick Vincent. Here comes the 3-2 again. Comebacker to Nick. Effective work by the bearded one. A 1-2-3 10th. Chance to win it here in the home 10th. They're going to have to battle Danny Valencia, Robinson Cano, and Nelson Cruz. Craig Kimbrell coming on. At Safeco Field, what's remaining at 28,992, and I'd say a very high percentage still here in the ballpark. The game started by Felix Hernandez a long time ago. Mariners gonna have to battle here against a really good one here, and Craig Kimbrell, he is 4th in saves with 24.
How about 73 strikeouts in 41 innings pitched? Opponents hitting 121 against him. His ERA at a 1.32. Fastball 98 miles an hour with a curve. He will touch 100. Danny Valencia going to lead off for the Mariners. Then it's Cano and Cruz after that. Dave at this point just takes one run, just one.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
That's 5 in the 3rd innings for Kimbrell. Over 2, 4, 5 appearances, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs.
Standing off with a curveball and misses.
Danny struck out 3 times at the hands of Drew Pomeranz, who started for the Red Sox. And Matt Barnes got him to hit into a double play. And 2-0. Valencia 0 for 1 against Kimbrell.
I would think he would get a fastball. It's going to be in the upper 90s.
Saving a turn around. 2-0 pitch.
He tried to. At the top of the strike zone at 100.
Two-one pitch. 2-2. Robinson Cano's on deck. Two. Solid smash. Base hit right field. Winning runs aboard. Nice job, Danny Valencia.
Pretty good hitting. 101 miles an hour. in the extra innings, especially when you're at home. It's critical to get the leadoff man on, and that's exactly what happens right here with Danny Valencia. 101 miles an hour. It is in the middle of the plate. A little bit of an inside-out swing and a solid line drive.
Danny Espinosa going to make his first Mariner appearance here. The pinch run for Valencia. Recently cut loose by the Angels, signed by the Mariners.
Really good hitting by Danny. Again, 101 miles an hour.
Here's Cano. 0 for 2 against Kimball. Six-time All-Star Craig Kimbrel against a perennial All-Star Robinson Cano.
Pazos getting loose just in case.
0-1. Couple of hits tonight for Robbie. Double to left in the third, single to center in the seventh. Outfield is deep. Talking to John Farrell about Kimbrel, he said that he's moved around a little bit. He's got his third team in about 3 years and tried to do too much last year, settled in this year, and his numbers, as you mentioned, are just off the chart tremendous. Robbie going to try to get him as he's working out Espinosa over there. Espinosa got a pretty good lead. One 0 to Robbie Cano. And Kimbrel behind here 2-0. He was 2-2 to Valencia. Now he's 2-0 to Robbie.
It's pretty amazing. He's hit 101 miles an hour, and he keeps throwing his breaking ball early and missing with it. Jackie Bradley Jr. is playing about as deep as I've seen any center fielder this year.
Right? Just hang on the track. Espinosa running for Valencia. 2-0 to Cano from Kimbrel. Foul off.
A 100 miles an hour, middle of the plate, fouls it off.
This is a terrific battle right here. Cano against Kimbrel. Game on the line. 10th inning. 4-4 ball game. Both teams put up 4 runs on 7 hits. Two and 1 with Espinosa at first. Pitch from Kimbrel. Foul ball. Two and 2 the count.
Well, Robbie out in front of the breaking ball. It's a curveball at 89 miles an hour. Clearly a foul ball.
Bogarts is the shortstop. Favoring the middle now. Espinosa at first. A little bit bigger lead than what he had. 2-2 to Cano. Back to the dive. Thrown over 5 times already. Reaching out a little bit more. 2-2 pitch. Kimbrel. He comes set. Runner goes. Pitch. Taken up high and in with a stolen base. Danny Espinosa. And a full count to Robinson Cano. So Espinosa early dividends in his first appearance as a Mariner.
A little bit surprised they didn't throw it. It's a high fastball. Pretty good pitch to throw on.
Espinosa, who had 3 stolen bases this year with the Angels, was caught 5 times. Gets a big bag here in the 10th inning. He's the winning run.
Again, surprised they didn't try to throw it down to second.
I agree. Sandy Leon is the new catcher. Just needs a base hit. Espinosa, pretty good speed out there at second base.
I'd like to see him get a pitch that he can at least pull. I think he can hit to the right side of the field.
3-2 from Kimbrel. Pitch to Cano. Struck him out. 1 out.
Good fastball at 100 miles an hour. Outer half of the plate. There's a look at it. Late swing. You understand why as hard as Kimbrel is throwing today.
You bet. Cano now 0 for 3 against Kimbrel. Here's Nelly Cruz. He's 0 for 3 against Kimbrel. Ernest got gambled to third, 1 out in the 4th, and couldn't score him. They've got Espinosa at second, 1 down. Ellie 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times. Breaking ball, strike 1. Pitch to Cruz. High, 1-1. Cruz runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs, 392, 5 homers, 42 runs batted in. And one of the premier closers battling against the RBI leader in the American League.
Kimbrel, his curveball has been 89, 90 miles an hour.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled off. Cruz starting tonight's 7th in the American League. Runners in scoring, batting average at 348. He's ahead of Danny Valencia at 342. And now they got a battle here, 1-2. Kimbrel, one of the best in the business. 1-2. Nelly, one of the best in the business. What a battle. 1-2. Up high. 2-2.
Starting with a breaking ball, and he hasn't gone back to it. It's been 3 fastballs since then. You see Kyle Seager waiting on deck.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The winning run at second time is granted. Ellie with a walk-off winner on Saturday against the Yankees. 2-2 here. Wow, what a save by Sandy Leon.
You are absolutely right. At 100 miles an hour. That is not easy to do, that backhanded play. Let's take another look at it. Just in the webbing of his glove.
It almost looked like a cartoon character, like he was going to be taken to the backstop. Good old country hardball right here. Power against power. Winning run at second, 1 out. Kimbrel. The 3-2 pitch to Cruz. Struck him out on a breaking ball. 2 down. 4th K for Nelly tonight. The golden sombrero. 2 down.
89 miles an hour on the curveball. Off the plate away. Did not want to challenge him. But gets him to chase the curveball.
Kyle Seager 0 for 5 career against Kimbrel. Hopefully he can change that right now. Right now he's got an infield hit, a walk, fly to left, and a strikeout. He's got a winning run at second with 2 outs now. Inside to Kyle.
A little bit surprised that they're pitching to him. First base is open. You have a right-handed hitter, a young hitter, and Mitch Haniger waiting on deck. Kyle can make him pay for it.
1-0 pitch here. 1-1. Red Sox are running the 4th, 3 in the 6th. The Mariners 3 in the 2nd, 1 in the 7th. Both teams 4 runs on 7 hits. 1-1 pitch here to Seager. Well inside.
All breaking balls. He's not throwing him a fastball yet. Kimbrel has had a good curveball tonight, and he's topped out at 101 miles an hour.
The only game still in progress in the major leagues tonight. 2-1 the pitch to Kyle Seager. Kimbrel deals.
Good pitch to hit.
Yes, it was.
99 miles an hour up out over the plate. Pretty good swing by Kyle. Was able to get the barrel to it. It's underneath it a little bit.
Trying to end this game right here. 2 outs, a 2-2 pitch, runner at second. Kimbrel has been a dominant closer. Seager trying to get to him here. Give the Mariners a win and get them to 500 for the 7th time. The 2-2 pitch.
Pretty good job to lay off of that pitch.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, curveball down out of the strike zone. And Kimbrel throwing 100 miles an hour. You have to cheat and get a start early. Kyle starts, but able to hold up. Another 3-2 count. 3-2 to Nelson Cruz. He threw him the curveball. Did not want to challenge him. Again, you have first base open. We'll see what he wants to do here to Kyle.
Kimbrel out of Huntsville, Alabama. Big spot right here. 3-2 pitch. Popped it up out of play.
Another curveball. That one in the strike zone. And a middle and probably right around the belt.
Here we go, 3-2 to Seager. Wow. Ball 4.
Pretty good battle in that at bat. 8 pitches. Get the walk. Kimbrel now 25 pitches. Carl Willis, pitching coach, on his way out to the mound. Mitch Haniger due up.
And Kimbrel will be facing Haniger for the first time. For the record, the guys who have faced Kimbrel on the Mariner Ball Club, nobody's got good numbers against them. And Haniger can start to trend the other way right here with this at bat. His first time going against Craig. Haniger tonight is lined to right, struck out, and grounded out twice to third. 0 for 4 night. Haniger, fifth man to the plate here in the 10th inning. Valencia single to right on a 2-2 pitch. Espinosa ran for him, stole second. Long at bat, Cano, he struck out. Cruz struck out, swinging both of them. Seager walked, and now Haniger trying to win the ball game. First pitch. Ball one. Coming back, fastball here, Mike.
Yeah, he just missed with it. Although he's mixed it up, he's gone back and forth. But I think you have to be ready for the fastball. If he throws a breaking ball, just take it.
1-0 pitch to Haniger.
There's the heater right in the middle of the plate.
1-1. Espinosa ready to run at second. 1-1 to Haniger. Making the ball up high. 2 balls, 1 strike. What do you got here?
Please just stay on the fastball. And 3 heaters in a row. I don't think he wants to go to a 3-1 count. 28 pitches in the inning.
It's a heck of a lot. 2-1 pitch here to Haniger.
Another heater.
Got a piece, but not enough. 2-2.
Here's a look at the fastball. Elevated. Kind of runs in on him a little bit. Ben Gamble waiting on deck.
Mariners trying to get a big hit, win this game. 2-2 pitch to Haniger. Struck him out. So Kimbrel pitches his way out of trouble. We go to the 11th.
Top of the 11th, it's Brad Adam, Ryan Roland Smith out here in the pen. We've got Mariners post game coming up, presented by Alaska Airlines. There's another home run guy, Mr. Mike Zunino. We've got the highlights, of course, breaking this one down, looking ahead to Chris Sale in Game 3 tomorrow. So you really want to win this one. And James Pazzo looks for a little bounce-back performance tonight, Ryan.
Yeah, you said it. This is a must-win for the Seattle Mariners when you have Chris Sale on the horizon coming in for that 12:40 game tomorrow. So James Pazos right now takes over. Hopefully he can get out of this little funk he's been in lately. He's got a 4.10 right now and looking to get back to what he was doing in April and May.
The Mariners had a big opportunity there with 2 on in the bottom of the 10th inning, but Craig Kimbrel has not pitched in a week, Ryan. reared back and showed you why he's one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah, he is electric with that fastball breaking ball combination. That was a tough assignment for the Mariners to come through and get something happening.
He strikes out the side in the 10th. We're at the 11th. Here's Dave and Mike with Jackie Bradley Jr. leading off.
All right, fellas, thank you so much. And James Pazos. Mike, it's been a tough month of July. 0-2, a 12.46 ERA, and 4 2/3, 10 hits, 9 runs, 6 earned.
His stuff has been good, but his command has not been. He's falling behind hitters, getting into fastball counts. He has a good fastball, mid to upper 90s with a slider. That's a good fastball, 94 miles an hour, top of the strike zone.
Jackie Bradley Jr., Xander Bogaerts, Mitch Moreland here in the 11th. Red Sox 8-2 in extra inning games. Mariners are 4-5. Espinosa, first game. Oh, jeez. What did I say? Espinosa about to make his first play at first base. And an error on Cano.
I think Robbie was going to try to flip it with his glove. And instead he goes right off the end of it, closes a little bit early.
There's a break you didn't want to give to the Red Sox. First error in the ball game. Xander Bogaerts 0 for 4. Ball 1.
Kyle even at the bag at third.
John Farrell's club in the last couple of weeks played a lot of long games. A 16-inning game, 15-inning game. They had a day-night doubleheader. Did not go.
That was, I thought he went right there. Scott Servais not happy about it. I don't blame him. To me, as if he jabbed at it and then pulled the bat back.
Clearly did. Chris Young ready to pinch hit. He's on deck. Pinch hitting for Mitch Moreland. Chris, right-hand hitter. 2-0 here to Bogaerts. Bradley pretty good speed at first. Left in the Mariner pen right now, Pagan and Zick. For Boston, Abad, Pfister, and Taylor. Two-0 pitch here. 3-0.
Pazos, this has been the issue. He's having a tough time commanding the strike zone with his fastball.
So an E4, now 3-0. Ball 4. Not what the doctor ordered. That was not the prescription.
And then Mel Stottlemyre Jr. on his way out of the dugout. Nobody getting loose in the pen. It's going to be up to James.
Chris Young, long-time veteran, 12th year in the bigs. He's going to pinch hit.
It's like former Mariner Doug Pfister getting loose in the pen for the Red Sox.
Need a play to be made here. 11th inning. You hear somebody say step off. I think it was Segura.
Oh, Espinosa and Seager now playing in on the grass.
Chris Young swinging away, showing no bunt there. Pazos just can't find it.
6 pitches, 2 strikes for him so far.
Chris Young 7 for his last 21 against Mariner pitching. A 1-0. There's strike 1.
Good fastball at 97 miles an hour. About normal for James, 95 to 97.
James got off to a great start in April. 10 games, a 1.64 ERA. 12 games the next month, a 2.19. Been a struggle here in July. Started to get away from him in June. He went 1-0, 10 games, a 5.59 ERA. And here in July, 0-2 with a 12.46. Haniger coming in. Bradley will get back to the bag. Big out. That'll bring up Sandy Leon, who took over behind the dish for Vasquez. Vasquez got a 2-out single. 9th inning, and Brock Holt ran for him. Then Leon came on and took over the catching duties.
You can see his numbers on the year, hitting .239 with 5 home runs in 55 games.
There's Robbie telling Pazos to step off. Bradley was getting a good lead.
I don't know if he'll try to steal or not, but he definitely wants to get the attention of Pazos.
What a heck of a job. Ball 1. Eleventh inning action here at Seattle. The only game still in progress here in the major leagues tonight. One after him.
Helped him out. .95 miles an hour up out of the strike zone. Big pitch. Otherwise, it'll be 2-0 right now. No 1-1. As long as they're throwing a breaking ball, all fastball so far.
Got it out of there. 1-2. Rafael Devers, the rookie's on deck. There's Devers. Walked twice, 0 for 2 night for him with a run scored. Big pitch here. Pazos delivers. Foul back.
Again, all fastballs. That last one, top of the zone again. Look at Devers waiting on deck. Devers just 20 years old.
Amazing.
Yep. Their top prospect.
Ball and 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. This fouled it back.
There's the slider. 82 miles an hour. There's another look at it. Slider. Just gets a piece right off the end of the bat.
Sandy Leon, a career .250 hitter against the Mariners in 9 previous games. Pazos trying to put him away. A 1-2 pitch. Missed down low. 2-2. Bradley reached on an error by Cano to start the inning. Walk to Bogarts. Chris Young fly to right. Now a 2-2 pitch here to Leon. It's out of play.
Pretty good fastball. Ties him up with it. Right on the inside corner. Elevated it above the belt. And here's a look at it. He's throwing hard. 16 pitches in the inning, 9 strikes for him.
Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Way outside, not close. Full count.
You would think he'd have to go after him with a good fastball. Devers waiting on deck.
Well, you want to talk about an important pitch. You're looking at it right here. 3-2 to Leon. Runners go. Pitch fouled off.
Next pitch will be the 10th of this at bat. I thought it was interesting. Bradley Jr. takes off. Bogarts first did not.
Three and 2 again. Pazos struggling this month. He's an out. 3-2 pitch. Up the fist.
What a battle. Mike Zunino heading out to the mound.
6 foul balls by Sandy Leon. A 4-4 ball game. Mariners trying to get the 507th time. Red Sox trying to end a 3-game losing streak. Second time they've gone through a 3-game losing streak. First time was back in May. So the longest slide of the season. 2 longest slides of the season. 3 and 2 again. Pazos deals to Leon. Another foul ball. Wow.
A lot of high fastballs. Mid to upper 90s. And probably ball 4, but as hard as Pazos is thrown, it's tough to lay off of that pitch if it's close. It'll be the 12th pitch of the at bat.
Heck of a lot. Now time's called. Pazos comes set again. Put in play. Segura. They get the out at second. Big out.
Huge out.
My goodness.
Wasn't sure they were going to get the ball to second base in time. Bogarts can run. See, Segura gets rid of it quickly with something on it, and they just get it probably by about a half a step. You take another look at the replay. Any bobble at all, and he will beat it.
Devers in his major league debut. 0 for 2, 2 walks, a run scored. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. First pitch strike. So Segura pulled off some great defensive plays in Houston last week. Yet another one. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2. Oh, Pazos
comes right back with 2 perfect pitches. One on the inside corner and that last one on the outside corner.
Yes, indeed. Trying to school the rookie and get out of a boatload of trouble here in a 4-4 game, top 11.
Could be a slider off to play the way.
The 0-2 pitch from Pazos. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Survival mode for James Pazos. All kinds of trouble, and he gets out of it. Chance for the Mariners in the 11th. Ben Gamble's going to lead it off, followed by Heredia and Zunino. Well, you talk about a big moment for James Pazos, one he had to have given the bad July he's had to this point. Tremendous strikeout of the rookie Rafael Devers in his major league debut. A big spot for him. And Pazos wins it. Strands 2. And the Mariners survive and advance to the home 11th. Score tied at 4. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports Crew. Yep, been a long night, but hey, it's baseball. Here we go, bottom third of the order. Doug Fister, former Mariner, back-to-back appearances for him. Scoreless inning last night.
Former starter for Doug. His average fastball at 89 miles an hour, cutter curve change.
First pitch to Ben Gamble, a strike.
7, 8, 9 for the Mariners.
Devin Marrero takes over at first base. Flip foul. There's Devin. Good shortstop in last night's game. 0-2 to Gamble. And he's gone. 1 out. Guillermo Heredia back in the second a few hours ago on an 0-1 pitch, couple of men aboard. And a high pitch, he knew it. Rode it out of here, 3-0 lead for the Mariners. it stood until the 6th inning when Boston put up a 3-spot to take a 4-3 lead. Zunino tied it in the 7th. One-oh pitch. Chopper got a chance, and he's got it. Base hit.
Way too much speed. There you go. Chopper probably right off the top of the plate. Yep, right on the plate. That's the reason why it looked like a Super Bowl out there. Devers, you know, no chance. And Mike Zunino also a home run in the game. His 15th.
Let's see what Mike Zunino can do. Walk, strikeout, homer, and a strikeout tonight. First pitch in there, strike from Doug Fister. Zunino 2 for 6 against Doug. Already still putting on that sliding mitt. That's why the hold up. There's the 0-1. Broken bat, slow roller. Devers. They get the out at second. And Zunino safe at first.
And we'll take a look at it. Shatters his bat. Good play by Devers. Again, making his major league debut. Mike clearly safe at first. And this right here, and they're getting it right.
Ben May, the umpire, at second. Top of the order, and Gene Segura. 0 for 1 against Fister. Ben Taylor and Fernando Abad left in the bullpen for Boston. 1-1 to Gene. 0 for 3, 2 walks tonight.
It's probably due to hit one out of the ballpark.
He's thinking right along with you. Ball 2 strikes.
That was the pitch to do it too. Fastball right on the inside corner. Fister probably his best fastball at 91 miles an hour.
One-two pitch. Good to hear David Demuth, crew chief, say that's low. 2-2. Back at it tomorrow. 12:40 start time. 2-2. Count remains 2-2.
As usual, Doug throwing a lot of strikes. 11 pitches, 9 strikes.
Two and 2 here to Segura.
Fouls off a lot of pitches.
Telling you, that was what, 2 at bats ago. I had him at close to about 32, 33 pitches. He's got to be around 50 now easily.
This will be the 7th pitch of this at bat.
Two. Put it in play right to Pedroia. Good short way. That'll do it. Inning number 12 coming up after this. And you're going to see the top of the order for the Sox, led by Mookie Betts. minutes of the Kings Court hours ago. Felix started, went 5 2/3. 4 hits, 4 runs. He was off the hook. Nelson Cruz did something very nice for a fan before the ball game. Signed a bat. Not every day you see people bring bats to a ball game, but this person did, and he was lucky enough to get Millie to autograph. Tony Zick, new pitcher for the Mariners. Emilio Pagan, the last guy to pin for the Mariners.
For Tony, 35 appearances on the year. ERA under 2 now, 1.99 ERA for him. Opponent's hitting just 193. Good fastball at 95 miles an hour. Has some run to it and hard slider.
Coming up tomorrow, CenturyLink brings you what's next, and hopefully hours ago Andrew Moore was sent back to his home or apartment, and Chris Sale, no doubt, back in his hotel room. That'll be the starting pitchers. 12:40 start time tomorrow. Don't forget, highly recommend it. You take public transportation to Safeco Field for this series finale.
For Boston, it'll be 1, 2, 3. Betts going to lead things off. Benintendi waiting on deck. Pedroia after that.
Let's see. Let's count the LOBs. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 for Boston. 3, 5, 6, 8, 9 for the Mariners.
Oh.
In tight. It's Mookie Betts. 0 for 5 this evening. There's a strike from Tony. The only Red Sox that Tony Zick has previously faced is Mitch Moreland, and he's out of the game. 1-1.
Good slider.
Breaking ball. Yeah. Ball and 2 strikes. Top of the 12th. Two and 2. Mariners have used 8 pitchers tonight. Benintendi on deck, and Boston has used 6. 2-2. Swing and a miss, Gaddy.
Tony looks as if he has a good slider tonight. Well located right on the outside corner.
So approaching about 400 pitches tonight. Dana Demuth tipping the cap to the home plate umpire tonight. He'll be thrilled to be at third tomorrow.
Veteran umpire. He's called a few of these in his time.
Yes, he has. Been an umpire since 1983. 0-1 to Benintendi. Four game top 12. Neither team giving an inch. 1 and 2 here.
Well, 2 pretty good bullpens going at it tonight.
Taylor and Abad remain a lefty and a righty. Abad the lefty for Boston. And Emilio Pagano, right-hander for the Mariners. Haniger take care of this. Two outs. And here's Pedroia. 6th inning, a 2-run double and a single in the 8th. 2 for 5, unscored, 2 ribbies. To Pedroia.
Good pitch. Wow.
Indeed. Tony behind 2-0. There's a strike. Two-one. Here's Segura. Throws up the throw. That'll do it. And there we go. Bottom 12. Espinosa going to get his first at bat as a Mariner, followed by Cano and Cruz.
Hi, everybody. Angie Mentink here at the Ford Sports Desk. And now, tonight is Twitter Tuesday. It is still tonight, right? It's not tomorrow yet. And our third question of the night, we wondered how many relief pitchers will Mike Zunino catch tonight for a chance to win a Mike Zunino signed baseball, which is actually I'm holding right now. Look at Mike Zunino. He's going to need some time on the bench, rest of those legs. No doubt about it, he's going to be sore tomorrow. So we still don't know the answer to question 3 on the night. Guys, hey, that's the new guy.
Yes, indeed. Danny Espinosa, first plate appearance as a Mariner. Joined the club yesterday. High fly to center. There's Jackie Bradley Jr. one out. Bring up Robinson Cano. Cano with a home run in among his 7 hits in 24 at bats against Doug Fister.
Certainly feels like that's what it's going to take. Both clubs having a tough time bunching hits together.
You saw Zunino. Granted, he's a catcher. You know he's leaking oil, and so's everybody else. 1-0. Easy play for Bradley. 2 away.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Mike probably doesn't get to start tomorrow.
It's a solid limb you're on, my man. 2 outs in the 12th.
Another half hour. I won't have to say tomorrow.
I know. This rate, Chooch probably wishes he was in a hotel room sleeping.
Chooch is next up in the pen.
I know, that's scary. After Pagan, you're right.
Yeah.
First pitch to Nelly. Cruz 10 for 34 with a homer against Pfister. Now he's 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Yeah, he's in the driver's seat right now. How far can he hit it? 2-0. Back with a strike. Two 1. That's what he had in mind. I liked what you were talking about before with Nelly. That's his swing when you watch him in batting practice. The balls are rocketing everywhere.
Not trying to do too much.
It's just that strong. 2-2 from Pfister with 2 outs. Caught a break there.
Something that Doug has done throughout his career. Locate down and away.
3-2. Yeah, boy, bad night for Nelly. 5 Ks tonight. 1, 2, 3 go the Mariners in the 12th inning. Inning number 13 coming up.
The 13th inning. Of course, the Mariners hope there will be nothing unlucky about this. Watch the boom, sing the tunes, folks. The popular sing-along fireworks night is back this Friday when the Mariners host the Mets. Thanks to T-Mobile and Movin', 92.5 fans will be able to sing along to some of the best karaoke songs. And you can join the fun by picking up your tickets now at Mariners.com. And the reality is, guys, you got to get baseball while it's here, because it's not going to be here a lot in August.
Yeah, well,
that's true.
We're well aware. We saw that when the schedule came out about a year ago at this time. We went, what? Here's Hanley Ramirez. Second inning for Tony Zick. But 1, 2, 3 in inning number 12.
Pretty sharp in the 12th. Had a good fastball at 95. Hard slider.
pitch. From a player standpoint, inning 13, we're coming up on 5 hours. I mean, how much juice do you have left at this point? And certainly tomorrow's not going to be a good one for a lot of guys.
You're probably right. It's going to be a quick turnaround for him. I think in this game you're fine.
Mitch has to play it on the hop.
Well, at least he keeps it in front of him. And in that danger zone, sinking line drive, and if it gets past you, you have some big problems. But at least he was able to knock it down. You take a look at this swing by Ramirez, inside out swing. He was actually beat on that fastball. A soft line drive dying quickly in front of Mitch.
Mariners in the 13th inning for the 3rd time, April 5th, May 5th, and tonight.
And that's the main thing too. You know, in this game, the players are going to be fine. They'll feel it tomorrow.
Jackie Bradley Jr. Strike one. Longest game for the Red Sox so far this season, 16 innings 10 days ago. They went 16 in a 4-1 loss to the Yankees. Oh, 2. A long time ago, Drew Pomeranz started this game against Felix Hernandez, both long gone out of this contest. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, guy. Good pitch. That's been a very effective pitch for Zick.
Going to end up in the middle of the plate, 79 miles an hour.
One out, one on. There's Xander Bogaerts. 0-4 with a walk. That's playable, or it could be playable. 3 rows back. Mike gave it a good look. Strike one. Inning number 13, 1 out. Ramirez is about a step off the bag, if that.
I don't think he's going to go anywhere.
Not attempted a stolen base this year. Again, he goes back to that pitch. And sliders.
Good slider. Slider's been 79 to 81 miles an hour. A pretty good command of it. Probably just off the outside corner.
Oh, 2. Stay with it. Just got a piece. Tony trying to put him away here. 0-2 to Bogaerts. Strike 3 called. Gets it done. Back-to-back strikeouts in his 3rd since coming off.
And after a number of sliders, comes right back with a good fastball at 95 miles an hour at the knees. No argument from Bogarts. Good fastball. Devin Marrero getting his first plate appearance of the night.
First pitch strike.
Good play by Mike.
Yeah, wasn't it? Short hop.
Take another look at it. Backhanded play. Keeps Ramirez from reaching second base.
One pitch. That one does get by, and Ramirez will move up. Wild pitch.
And there's nothing that Mike could do about that. 95 well off the plate away. And there's a look at it.
Two and one. Two balls, two strikes. Devin Marrero took over at first base. .212 hitter, 3 homers, 23 runs batted in. Two balls, two strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. Full count. Sandy Leon is on deck. Switch hitter. Walked in.
Stay with the slider. Almost in the same location, off the plate away, trying to get him to chase it. Marrero ends up laying off of it. Nobody getting loose in either bullpen.
Here's Sandy Leon.
Next pitch will be 30 for Tony Zick.
Pitch strike again. Gets ahead of Leon. Strike 2 again right after.
Yeah, both of them right on the plate. Leon thinking those pitches are down because of the sinking action that Tony gets, but they're not. Those are strikes.
Two pitch to Sandy Leon. Fouled off.
Back to the slider. It's really mixed it up. A lot more sliders tonight. Tony now at 32 pitches.
0-2, trying to put him away. Broken bat looper, that's trouble. Charging Gamble. Ramirez looking at the plate. He is safe. Can you believe that?
Right off the end of the bat, you could hear it break. Shattered the bat.
Are you kidding? Ramirez spent half the time as he was coming down the third base line, was watching the play behind him. Oh man, broken back. And now the Sox have the lead. Wow.
It looked like it was a pretty good throw from Ben Gamble, and again, right off the end of the bat. Ball spinning sideways like a top. You can see Segura can't get to a strong throw by Ben. Mike doesn't hang on to it, but looked like Ramirez was going to beat it anyway.
Yeah,
yep, he would have. Didn't matter either way.
Big wind just kicked up here now. Runner goes to third. Taken off. And that was Marrero. Stolen base.
Leon stayed at first.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah. Be aware of the double steal. Leon goes, it's because that's what they're doing. Typically, he's not going to try to steal anything. If he goes, they want to draw the throw. And Marrero looks like he's pretty active over at third base right now.
Devers the hitter, 0-1. That's trouble if it stays fair. Drove that a long way. Fired up. Don't blame him. Two here to Devers. Runners at the corners are running. 5-4 Sox. Damage done by the bottom of the order. Oh, 2 pitch. Devers, center field, hanging up for Heredia. Sox pick up a run on 2 hits. No errors, leave 2. Bottom 13, Seager going to lead it off, followed by Haniger and Gamble, and they got to get it done here in the 13th. Broken bat base hit produces the go-ahead run.
So you put a little chalk on the end of the bat. Ball ended up spinning sideways. Pretty good sinking fastball from Tony. Segura, you can see him coming into the picture late. Strong throw by Ben, but again, Ramirez would have beat it either way. And
so here we go, bottom 13. And it's down a run. Doug Fister on the mound. Strike one. Fister in his third inning of work. He's given up just one hit. Struck out 2. On the 1 to Kyle Seager. On 2 strikes. Seager's walked twice. Got an infield hit way back in the second. 1 for 3.
Doug throwing a lot of strikes. Using his fastball. His fastball's been 90 miles an hour. 27 pitches, 20 strikes for him.
Shift on. They moved Devers over to the right side of the infield. Two and 2. Seager 8 for 21 and a home run against Doug Fister.
Ooh, almost hit him.
3 and 2. Three-2 from Fister. Do it again. 3-2. Striking out.
Gets him on a
strikeouts tonight.
Gets him on a breaking ball. Hasn't thrown many of them. For the most part, he's gone right after the hitters and get to a 3-2 count. And here comes the curveball. 12-6 curve. Kyle swings over the top of it.
16th strikeout of a Mariner tonight. Mitch Haniger 0 for 5. One to 1. Fister always worked at a fast pace, even run back to his days with the Mariners.
And Doug is what, 6, 7?
Every bit.
Yeah. Straight downhill. Pretty good sink to his fastball. Good count now for Mitch. Not going to throw it by many guys at 90 miles an hour, but he can certainly sink it.
3-1 pitch. Hanging up. Long run Marrero. Nothing doing there. Doug with the Mariners back. 2009 season, 3-4. 11 games. Next year 6-14. 2011 he went 3-12. Then had success in Detroit and Washington. A little less so in Houston, although he did win 12 games. It was a game under 500 at 12-11. 0-4 here with Boston. Pitcher of record right now if they hold on and win. 3-2.
He's trying to keep it down and away from him. Ah, pretty good catch.
Way to go.
Yep.
Three-two pitch again. Tying runs aboard. Fister's first walk. Well, Gamble's had a tremendous run here. Let's see if this is a heroic spot for him here with one out. He represents the winning run.
Ben with 6 home runs on the year.
Ball 1.
Ben can reach. You can see Heredia on deck.
1-0 pitch here to Gamble. 2-0.
Why not? You know, get yourself into a hitter's count. Jump on a fastball.
Don't be shy. Have some. Pitch to Ben. Up the middle. Slow roller. They get the one there. They will not get the double play. 2 outs. Gamble on be a fielder's choice.
Pretty good play by Bogarts, the shortstop.
Struck the midnight hour here in the Pacific Coast. 2 outs, tying run at first. Guillermo Heredia, bunt, and it goes foul.
Hit the cut of the grass.
Yep, he was in if it doesn't hit that cut.
Yeah. Devers was playing back. Would have been an easy base hit. Take a look at it. Trying to bunt it right down the line. It's going to hit the cut of the grass and immediately kick it left. And it goes foul right there.
On 1 to Heredia. Now 0-2. Heredia trying to keep this game alive. He's behind 0-2. He's the winning run. Doug Fister ready. And the pitch. Outside, blocked by Leon. 1-2. Here we go, 1-2. Pitch to Heredia, breaking ball, blocked, and Gamble thought about it. Returns to first.
He made the right decision. Didn't get away from Leon. It was just right in front of him.
J.P. Stewart watching in London, England right now. Morning over there watching this game. 2-2 pitch to Heredia. Counts run full.
News for you, Dave. It's morning here, too.
12:02. Darn right it is. But he's enjoying daylight right now. That's the difference.
Mike Zunino waiting on deck. He would love a chance to hit.
Guillermo with a 3-run homer. second inning. Put the Mariners in front 3-0.
Ben will take off with the pitch.
3-2 pitch from Doug Fister. Fouled off. Three and two.
And Doug trying to keep the ball away from him.
Gamble going to take off the pitch. Fouled off again.
Seen a lot of long at bats tonight,
honestly. Almost 5 hours in. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball fouled off. Boy, did he take a mighty hack there.
Well, that was a mistake. It was a breaking ball. It was up and probably middle in. Pitch that he could really drive. There it is, curveball. Gets a piece of it. You can see the look on his face. He knew it was a mistake. Just didn't take advantage of it.
5-4 Red Sox, bottom 13, 2 out, runner on. Back safely is Gamble. Three-two pitch from Fister. Line drive, base hit. Gamble going to third. Oh, here's the throw. He's in there safely.
What an at-bat. 9 pitches in the at-bat. Had the big home run early in the game. It comes right back inside out, line drive into right center field. Give Mike Zunino a chance. Just a real good battle the entire time. Carl Willis making another trip out to the mound.
Tell you what, that is one great at-bat on the resume of Guillermo Heredia. Just tremendous. Mike Zunino's been in a game-winning situation before. June 7 against the Twins, right here at Safeco Field. As soon as he touched it up, he knew it.
Well, Doug Fister now at 50 pitches, nobody getting loose in the pen. Pagan ready to go in the Mariners pen.
2 walk-off hits and a sac fly walk-off on the ledger for Mike Zunino. Tying run at third and winning run at first. There's Ben Gamble, the tying run at third. Zunino homered back in the 7th. Mariners trying to get back to 500. With a win here. Pitch to Mike. Gets away. We get a timeout game. Can you believe this? Heredia, he's going to third. Here's a throw to third. He is safe. Wow. Oh, baby.
Unreal.
Mariner fans high-fiving all over Safeco Field.
There's another look at it. Spikes a fastball. Leo never gets his glove turned around. Surprises him. Heredia takes off right away and just continues to run. Up, slowed up a little bit.
Boy, what a turn of events.
There you go.
Tie ball game. 5-5, 2 outs. Bottom 13, base hit wins it. Zunino 1-0. Pitch from Fister. That misses. 2-0.
Boston's straight up defense.
This was unthinkable about 10 minutes ago. Not even. 2-0 pitch here. 3-0. Can't find it.
Segura waiting on deck.
They're ready. The winning run at third. 3-0 to Zunino. Takes ball 4. And all of a sudden, Pfister, nothing going right for him. And the Mariners have a chance to win this baby.
Segura hitting .325 on the season. One of the best in the league, and they could really use a base hit right now.
Winning run at third with 2 outs. All of this happening 2 down. Pitch to Segura. Foul ball.
Talked about it earlier in the game with Segura. It just seems to be a little bit in between. Late again on the fastball. I've seen that from him this year. There's something to talk about if he ended up 0 for 4 in a game.
Trying to win it right here in the 13th pitch. Bouncing ball goes foul. 0-2. Pfister started out, strikeout of Seager. Walked Haniger. He's erased in a force out. Already what an at bat. Keep the game going. Now this 0-2 to Segura. Up the middle, slow roller.
There it is.
That's gonna do it. Ball game. Gene Segura wins it in 13. Look at him. Yeah, buddy.
What a ball game this was. What, just about 5 hours for them to get this win?
Yep. Just
terrific
shy.
game. Nice job of not giving up in this game. Segura battled on. That probably had the longest at bats out of anybody, time after time after time, and finally comes up with a base hit to win the ball game.
A minute shy of 5 hours, and the Mariners are back to 500. 7th time that's happened this year. It was worth it. It really was. Gene Segura with the game-winning hit here in the 13th inning. This thing had eyes and just enough topspin to get through. Bogarts couldn't make the play. And there it is, the game winner. Look at Zunino. Yeah, that's going to work. And Segura, he knew he had struck gold. It's gold, Gene. It's gold. And the Mariners are back to 500 at 51-51. And the Red Sox have now lost their 4th consecutive game, their longest losing streak of this season. Goodness gracious, what a game. So unlikely just a matter of minutes ago, but they hang in there, get a break, and make it happen. Meanwhile, can't believe it, just stunned. Utter stunned disbelief. This game was in the bag for the Red Sox, but the Mariners hang in. One of the most stunning wins you ever want to see. Just remarkable. Just remarkable. Here's another look at the Segura hit. And for Gene, #2 hitter in the American League, just his first hit of a ball game. But he saw so many pitches tonight. He must have seen close to 40-something pitches. Ice Bucket Brigade is ready. For Mike Blowers, I'm Dave Sims. See you in a few hours, folks. Mariners postgame presented by Alaska Airlines starts right now with Brad and Ryan.
All right, guys, thank you. Does this count as a doubleheader today? Not just baseball, but the 2 water coolers. And watch out for Danny Valencia. Jen, be ready. And those guys are ready. Miranda, Valencia are ready. Jen Mueller is going to be standing by talking with, I believe, Gene Segura as Miranda leaves the dugout. There he goes. Segura soaked, doused. But it's okay. After a 5-hour game, Danny's waiting. Danny's waiting for the live interview. You know that. What a game. What a comeback. Down a run in the bottom of the 13th innings. 1 out. And Doug Pfister just trying to hang on there, Ryan. 3rd inning that he had pitched. And he just kind of ran out of gas there, and the Mariners got to him.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. That at bat to Heredia. Here we go.
Uh-oh, no, Heredia, no! Oh! So now this is a thing. It's a Gatorade bath now. Oh.
You knew it was coming.
Well, here's the thing, guys.
Jen.
Here's the thing. Guillermo Heredia does not often do walk-off interviews. And he wanted the full experience, which means I have to be standing here, and he's got to be standing there. Robinson Cano was kind enough to help us with some interpretation. He was smart enough to say, I'm not coming down there until the Gatorade has been poured. Okay, are you ready for this? Yeah, I'm ready. How in the world did you maintain your focus during that at-bat? That was an incredible at-bat against Fister.
¿Cómo mantuviste todo? ¿Te mantuviste enfocado que fue un turno increíble?
No. Desde que salí en el último inning y salí a entregarme en el terreno, a tratar de hacer lo mejor posible y tratar de llegar a la base, era lo importante. Y gracias a Dios salió un hit y después pude llegar a la tercera con un white pitch.
He said he went out there to do his best. I mean, you know, fight for the team, and he put a great at bat. He came up with a single, and then with a white pitch, he was able to get to third.
Well, and a heads-up play on that. What did you see that told you to take off to third?
¿Qué tú viste que te dijo que llegara a tercera?
No, fue algo que me salió. Desde que salí para segunda, salí fuerte, agresivo y se me dio la oportunidad. Vi que podía llegar a la tercera y me lancé.
He said it was his instincts, and then he was aggressive, and he got a chance to get a third, and then he went to third.
We'll give him just a second because he's got to talk about his home run. But what do you see in his play tonight? It wasn't just that last inning. It was the home run and the plays in the outfield.
I mean, it was a great game, you know, by Heredia and the whole team. I mean, was able that we was leading by 3 and then came up and went up by 1. And then Zunino came up with a big home run. We got to give a lot of credit to Zunino, came back and tied the game. And the bullpen did a great job. And, you know, thank to the fans to support and stay out here this late.
Last question for Guillermo. Which was better, hitting that 3-run home run or doing what you did there to win the game?
¿Cuál fue mejor? ¿Dar el jonrón de las 3 carreras o lo que hiciste a lo último?
No, lo que hice a lo último.
So he did at the end.
What he did at the end. Well done, Guillermo Heredia. Well done. Translator, Robinson Cano, as the Mariners win their 4th extra inning game since the All-Star break.
All right, Jen, thank you very much. Sorry about the bath there, but I guess this is now a thing. And I love Robinson Cano. Always a smile on the face. Dry as a bone. Not getting near that until
That's right.
the Gatorade was dumped.
Oh, yeah.
And they got it done tonight. And this was a big one. I mean, get back to 500, but we've talked about it with Sale going tomorrow, how important this was to find a way to win tonight.
Yeah, this is a huge win. And if you stuck around 5 hours, it was worth it. But Heredia, right in the thick of it, always. I mean, the 3-run home run early in the game. I know that was a few hours back. That was yesterday. But a big 3-run home run. This guy has been getting huge hits night after night. And for him to come in as a 4th outfielder out of spring training to have the impact he's had, it's been pretty amazing.
And he's been able to start the last couple of games because Gerard Dyson out with that toe injury, probably still going to be out tomorrow. But Heredia, it's time now for our Liberty Mutual Insurance player profile. Yeah, 3 for 6 tonight, the big home run, 3-run shot. Getting on, getting things done there in the 13th inning. 7 putouts at center field. Really making an impact tonight, Ryan, at the plate and in the field.
Yeah, defense too. He was all over the place. You know, Felix was giving up a little bit of hard contact early, and he was everywhere. You can see right here, diving in and playing center field too. You mentioned Gerard Dyson out. You can input this guy left field, center field, right field. He can do it all, and you can also insert him anywhere in the lineup as well. He can be at the top of that lineup and be an impact, has really good at-bats, and even down the bottom of the lineup as well. But just got great range in the outfield. This whole outfield is so athletic, but I'll tell you what, Heredia is a huge part of that.
Fun to watch, and he got it done tonight. I love when he hits home runs. Doesn't hit them a whole lot, but when he does, he knows they're gone.
Oh, yeah.
And this one gone, he got that one. That was number 6 in the 2nd inning. Started the scoring for the Mariners. We'll talk a little bit more about Felix Hernandez, who gets a no decision yesterday. Started about 5 hours ago, and talk more about this big win tonight. Come from behind in the 13th inning. They get 2 to win it. Tony Zick gets the win. Our buddy Doug Fister's a loss. And here it is, Segura. An infield single easily scores Heredia from third. He knows it. He's going to get Gene right now. Gene's first hit of the night, the game winner. Mariners take it 6-5 in 13 innings. Stay with us. More Mariners postgame presented by Alaska Airlines on the way. Get them, guys.